Good morning, traders. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. I'm Maggie Lake, and joining me today, senior macro strategist Craig Shapiro. Morning, Craig.
Good morning.
Senior economist Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Tracy.
Good morning, all.
And senior market strategist Jim Cagnina. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, everybody. It's been a long weekend for me, just so everybody knows. I'm telling you right now, but it's going to be a great day to trade. There's going to be a lot of activity.
I was just going to say, Jim, you are looking remarkably well for somebody who came off of a weekend in Vegas at the big fight.
Oh my gosh. Well, I was able to wake up this morning, so I made it home late last night, but I'm ready to go. I'm excited about all the activity going on today in all the markets.
Yeah, and it looks like it's going to be a really active one. Hi, everybody who's joining us in the chat. Everybody's also ready to rock and roll and go, but it's going to be a little bit of tough sledding, certainly if you're focused on equities and long. Risk off across global markets this morning. We're coming into the session. U.S. equity indices look set to open down over 1%. Oil remains the big story. Barrel of oil trading over $100 a barrel, and that's actually well off the highs. That was rocketing yesterday if you were watching, approaching 120 before backing off a little bit. Shy, I've got to think that reports of a coordinated release of reserves may be helping a little bit, but what are you watching in terms of the news flow this morning?
Yeah, absolutely. Right before we get to all of the news that has happened over the weekend in the oil markets, just a quick announcement we have about Kraken. We have Nasdaq and Kraken are teaming up to let you trade tokenized stocks. So Nasdaq plans to work with Kraken to distribute tokenized versions of publicly traded stocks globally. Under the plan, the tokenized shares would give investors the same corporate governance rights as ordinary stockholders, including voting in proxy ballots and receiving dividends. Nasdaq said the initiative will focus heavily on making corporate actions such as dividend payments and proxy voting more efficient by automating parts of the process through the blockchain technology. The platform is expected to launch in early 2027, and it will be a 24/7 market. So, good news for Kraken. They are they're the chosen conduit for the Nasdaq tokenized stocks. All right, now moving on to oil. So we did see. I kind of work backwards. So we did see overnight the G7 said that they were discussing a joint release of emergency oil reserves between them all. That's over. They said they believe they'll release about 300 to 400 million barrels as a joint program. It comes if globally we have about 1.5 billion. In reserve. So there you're talking about a coordinated effort to perhaps release 300 to 400 million barrels. We did see oil back off on that release. That said, they're working with the IEA. The IEA is the one that kind of sets the marker for how much oil you should have in storage. The rule is 30 days. But the problem is that the director of the IEA came out and said there's a huge surplus in the world markets and said such a move is unnecessary. So they do have to work in coordination with the IEA, so we'll see what becomes of that. Moving on to all of the production that is offline. So we know Qatar stopped LNG exports and production last week. We now have Iraq now producing 1.3 million barrels per day, down from 3.3 million barrels per day, and suspending shipments. This is due to the fact that their internal storage is filling up, and so they have to cut back on production because there's nowhere for it to go. We also had UAE and Kuwait also announce cuts as their storage filled up, and we had Bahrain just this morning also say that they were declared a force majeure, so not even cuts on all they're just stopping all their oil shipments after an Iranian attack set its only refinery ablaze. And then we also had news this morning that Saudi Arabia was going to start oil cuts too in some of their smaller fuels. Now, they do have an alternate route. They have a pipeline, an east-west pipeline that can handle about 7 million barrels per day, but still that's not enough. They produce 10 million barrels a day, so it's kind of not enough to get everything out there. So they are going to have to cut production on 2 smaller fields. Over in Asia, we had Sumitomo Chemical force majeure adds to the Asia petrochemical crisis. So we've got Sumitomo down, we've got Korea's Yeochung NCC, and India's Chandra Asri, sorry if I'm butchering these names, you guys, forcing cuts in ethylene, propylene, and plastic precursors. So this is affecting packaging, agriculture, electronics, semiconductors, everything, because all of these components are chemicals that are used to make plastics to make all these components. So we have a big crisis that extends beyond just oil and gas. Moving on in debt markets, we do have yields spiking in the 10-year, sitting at about 4.17% right now. This is due to oil. Remember, there's an 88% correlation to oil and 10-year yields. Markets were sideways for so long, most kind of disregarded that, but now that oil's broken out, yields are following. That's really why we haven't really seen bonds bid as a safe haven that most were thinking may happen. In private credit markets, moving on, we've got redemption requests from BDCs surge above their 5% caps. Those are business development companies. They're closed-end investment vehicles created to provide capital to small and mid-sized U.S. businesses. So if you remember last week, we had BlackRock on Friday capped withdrawals from its $26 billion HPS corporate lending fund at 5% after investors sought to cash in nearly double of that amount. That was the first major instance of a private credit manager limiting redemptions on a perpetual vehicle since the market jitters began. So still a lot of jitters in that private credit market. Moving on, we have Yardeni raises the odds of a U.S. market meltdown to 35% on the Iran war, up from 20% previously. He also said that he slashed his odds of a melt-up to just 5% from 20%. It is front-page news. Everybody listens to Yardeni, so I just thought I would throw that out there if you're not familiar with him. Moving on to indices are all in negative gamma today. That means dealers are moving in the direction of the market, so potential outside moves either to the upside or the downside. And last but not least, data today, very quiet day at 11 a.m. We have New York Fed one-year inflation expectations, and that's it for data today. So quiet day as far as data is concerned, and just be aware it's a headline-driven market right now.
Yeah, it certainly is. Thank goodness there's no data, because it feels like there's an awful lot of other headlines to wade through. Somebody said it's a double espresso day, and I absolutely agree with that. It feels that way. So, Craig, it's definitely risk off. I've seen a lot of people chattering about the fact that the market, even last week, was thinking this would be a short-lived event, and now it looks like people are reevaluating that kind of in real time. What's your sense of where market sentiment is versus what you see as the perceived risks?
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think people assume that the president is going to relent and is going to look at the markets fading and falling and seeing oil prices moving higher and equities falling and his polling rating dropping, and he's going to do something about it, right? And that's been the reaction function we've seen from him for countless quarters now, and even backdating to his first term as well. And clearly, obviously, the taco from Liberation Day is top of mind with folks. But he remains fairly hawkish and on the war goals. And so I think every day that goes by that less ships are transiting through the Strait of Hormuz, you have these exponential impacts on the global economy and the supply chain, and people have to rapidly reassess their outlook for growth, inflation, and corporate earnings. And so I think we're in we're in the teeth of that. We're in the fog of war, right? We're getting headlines back and forth. There were some constructive headlines from the Iranian president over the weekend about potentially apologizing to Gulf Coast neighbors. And then Trump came out an hour later and, really slammed that and said, that this is total surrender by them. And, now they can't relent. So a lot of back and forth here. It seems like the reaction about the SPR release has placated some of the worst concerns about the overnight, risk in the oil market. Maybe we're up over 25% at some point, so pretty historic on that front. But look, these are stocks that are going to have to come out at some point. Everybody's waiting for them. I think this is ultimately going to be that headline that you fade, right? Because that it really shows that the global governments are very concerned about a protracted disturbance in the region, and without transit being reopened, really, is the certainty going to come back? Is volatility going to get alleviated? I'm not so sure. So I think, again, we're going to be headline driven here, but every day that goes by without a resolution here, creates more and more risk for the economic outlook.
Yeah, Tracy, you just in that news summary, you mentioned this, but you also have been posting about this. It's the domino effect, right? You're not just talking about oil, you're talking about fertilizer, you're talking about chemicals. When you start to disrupt supply chains like this, I think people are starting to now try to game out what does this mean for the economy and where are you going to see some of those negative effects start to show up?
Well, absolutely. And I keep saying you really need to watch diesel prices. Jim's mentioned this before. Those are skyrocketing at a very quick pace in the U.S. If that persists, that will be a drag on the economy because of, it's transportation, it's agriculture, it's, everything that moves around the country. And so that is going to add costs to input costs to everything.
Jim, I know you're watching. What do the charts look like? I mean, Craig mentioned that big swing around. What are we have to start with oil, I guess. What do the charts look like at oil? But I know you're watching gas too.
Well, yeah. I mean, I was actually on a plane on my NinjaTrader mobile app watching the crude oil, immediately traded 102, like right on the start. And it was a completely wild, insane open for the crude oil market. I mean, we tapped almost 120. It was just moving. We can see a weekly chart right here. We took out the September 23rd highs. No, easy peasy. There's a big gap right there that's kind of beckoning. Be careful, gap fillers, let the dust settle a little bit. And then we have this June 2022 target a little bit further up. So it was a wild night. It will continue to be a wild day, I think, in the crude oil market as we get more and more news. It's going to be very news driven for day traders today because there's going to be rumors, there's going to be news that's real, news that's not real. So be careful out there as well. But if you look at the other energy markets that I think are concerning folks as well, is gasoline. RBOB gasoline is also up about, I don't know what percent it's up today, but it's also ripping along with ultra low sulfur diesel, which is the fuel for the supply chain. So you add the commodities on top of that, like grains and softs, they're all ripping higher as well. So everyone's inflation radar screen is also highly jacked up right now after what's going on in the Middle East.
Yeah, Craig, and you touched on some of this. A bunch of people thanking you for your morning note, by the way, which is an awesome way to kick off the day. You touched on this, and the market's responding, starting to increase odds of the central banks, at least the ECB and the Bank of England, having to hike rates. I mean, this is a big swing around from where we were.
Yeah, I mean, these other central banks have headline CPI inflation mandates, and so we've seen time before, particularly, I don't know if it's most recently, but maybe most concerning is the ECB's, I guess, catastrophic rate hike in July of 2008 when oil was approaching $150 a barrel. So what we've seen now is we've seen the odds of the next move from the ECB move to a hike. I think it's unlikely that we're going to get hiking intentions, hiking actions really from these central banks, but clearly we're pushing out any timeline towards seeing easing, right? And that's something that I think is plaguing the Fed as well. I mean, on Friday we had a pretty, disastrous non-farm payroll print, negative 92,000 with negative revisions from the prior months versus the 60,000 expected. And so I think we've brought up now the concerns that the labor market that the Fed had begun to think was stabilizing may actually not be. But in an environment where headline inflation globally is reaccelerating again, really puts the Fed in a box. It's going to be very difficult to address any inflation that comes from the energy patch that filters through the rest of the economy. Their ability to ease policy into that is going to be very limited. And so if the current trajectory of the U.S. economy is actually decelerating, as I speculated it was exiting the year. We've talked about the lower part of the K-shaped economy struggling. And now with this payroll print, we're not going to get that Fed easing imminently that I think folks have become very used to. And so in an environment where the central banks really can't ease policy, we're looking towards government leaders and treasuries to become the policy option. How is the president going to get us out of this mess? I think is what the market's trying to deal with here and trying to wrestle with. And it's not really clear. It's not really clear how he's going to extract America at this point when he's talked about unconditional surrender, when he continues to support Israel, who is really looking for regime change. So it's going to be difficult to get out of that. And as long as the Strait of Hormuz stays closed, as long as LNG is not flowing out of Qatar, which has drastic implications for Japan, for Korea, and for Europe, it's going to be very difficult to get out of this mess.
Yeah, and we saw that reflected in their markets as well. I just wanted to pop back in, Tracy. I'm curious your thoughts on how the dynamics at the Fed are going to work. But Jim, real quick look at bonds, and you also have a contest you got to tell us about, right? We got another good offer for folks.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, let's just start with bonds really quickly here. I mean, the Treasury bond market itself did take a hit overnight. Kind of recovered some of it, not all of it right now. So we'll keep our eye on it. I think the yield curve's kind of shifting a little bit differently, where the short end's getting wider and the longer end's kind of staying tighter. But bonds are down right now. There's no flight to quality going on. It's the opposite. It's just one day after another, red candle, red candle, and red candle. So those yields are definitely going up. And we do have by the way, March Madness is continuing. We have another March Madness competition arena challenge here at NinjaTrader. It starts March 23rd. It's for the whole week, just like the last one, for the whole week. But there's a little difference. It's $100,000 in pool cash prizes that's going to go out to 100 winners. And the top prize, $10,000 in cash. So that starts March 23rd. Go ahead and sign up for that at arena.ninjatrader.com.
We need a carrot to keep us going, for sure, and a little fun and diversion to cut through this serious onslaught of news. Tracy, back to that issue with the Fed, because we had that weak payroll report, right? And I know we don't have any data today. We are going to get our inflation reading, but I felt like it was really becoming about the job market, and we've got potentially Warsh having to deal with this. We know Trump wants lower rates. It's all moving in the wrong direction, it seems like, right now.
Well, 100%, because we're now looking at maybe a labor market that's not so good, and possible spike in inflation due to energy prices. And so that puts the Fed in a very precarious position. Which side are they going to pick of their dual mandate, right? Are we going to stave off inflation, or are we going to save the labor market? And so I think that puts them in a very difficult position. I think, obviously, the new incoming Fed chair will have a lot of pressure from the administration. They want cuts, and they want cuts fast and now. So even though the market is not pricing those in fact, it's not pricing in a cut until December at this point. Now, that can obviously change depending on what's going on and how quickly this is resolved in the Middle East. That said, I think the Fed's in a huge pickle right now.
Yeah, so is the Trump administration, possibly, Craig. A very robust sort of debate going on in the chat, which I love, about how it's so hard to game this out, because I think people are thinking if there is a resolution, right, things are going to turn on a dime, and you don't want to be sort of positioned for the wrong way. And with all the pressures mounting on the Trump administration, you could see why people think that I don't want to say it's taco, but that they'll find an off-ramp and a way out. But, the election of the Ayatollah's son has to be raising concerns that this will be drawn out. How are you thinking about both those dynamics?
Yeah, look, I think we have a multi-stage, process that we're in the midst of here. Clearly, this is kind of phase one here. Where markets are trying to, find or push, let's say, the administration or the global actors to a position point to force them to act in order to arrest, the oil price movements and the energy price movements, and whether or not that's some sort of full retracement, that's insurance, that's whatever the dynamic is. Markets are searching for that, and the longer it takes for us to get that near-term resolution, the worse things are getting. We saw that overnight in the crude market. Ultimately, we're going to get something. I don't exactly know what it's going to be, and we're going to bounce off that, and that's going to be phase two. It's going to be some counter-trend rally on alleviation where volatility, which has been bid across the board, across asset-wise, is going to start to fall, and there's going to be hope that we're out of the woods. But then we're going to enter into what I think is a more protracted and much more concerning, worrying phase three, right? And phase three really is the culmination of all this. It is the energy price spikes that we've seen in the supply chain is going to be messed up for several months. It's the lower part of the K-shaped economy that continues to struggle and is getting worse. It's the labor market that's continuing to decelerate. And so we're going to have to deal with this. And then the private credit issue, which Tracy mentioned earlier, is going to be something that we're going to have to wrestle with here for the next days and weeks and months. And so I think we're throwing a lot at this economy and these global markets. And so I think we're in this initial phase here. People are scared of the bounce back. I know there are some that believe whatever the taco is and that bounce back is going to be all systems go. For me, that's the ultimate sell the news event, because some of these more structural issues that we're dealing with, a stagflationary economy, a Fed that's on its heels, supply chains that are going to be in trouble for a long period of time, and really a recentering of the global monetary system here as we change, depending on how this plays out. I think it's much more concerning as we push through the year. And, look, Trump may try to do things that'll arrest his polling data and try to save the midterms, but I don't know, it almost seems like it may be too far gone at this point.
Woo, that's a sobering thought. Jim, I hope you brought something stronger back from Vegas to put in that coffee, because that's a world of worry to climb.
So the interesting part right now, Maggie, is like the S&P is an example from the recent highs. It's only down 5%, right? It almost seems like, we have another 20% drawdown going on right now in the S&P, and we don't have that yet. We haven't hit those lows that we saw back in November at 60. We did wick through them big time last night, but we're back above it now at 66.58. So it's a interesting. It'll be an interesting sense to see if how resilient the S&P is going to play as a general kind of nice broad-based stock index future. There is still that gap up. So if you are, again, for day traders, be careful, keep an eye on that gap up. I'll cover this more in the Edge report. But the equities potentially, if things get a lot worse, as it seems possible, maybe we'll get that more than 5% drawdown in the next week or two.
Yeah. Craig, I think that's exactly the point, though, right? Like, the question is, are people complacent about some of these longer term risks and maybe too focused on the headline and looking for the resolution?
Yeah, to me, it seems like that's the case. And the other thing we have to remember is we know that the systematic flows and the zero data expiry flows, we have options expiry next Friday. We're in negative gamma. VIX expiry is next Wednesday. I mean, these things really matter on a day-to-day basis. And so part of the reason why the S&P really hasn't broken through is all the structured product flows that Jem Carson talks about, and dealers have to buy back hedges. And so, we were in an environment where it's just hard to break the S&P when you have all that systematic flow that is call selling and you have the forced dealer buybacks. And so, but under the hood, we've clearly seen, violent dispersion, violent unwinds, in markets that are away from that don't really have these dynamics. Like overnight, we saw what happened in Korea and Japan. You're even seeing it in Europe a little bit more. Right, other markets that are, let's say, much more focused, much more sensitive to these moves in the energy prices, particularly European natural gas, which is up over 10% again today. They're seeing it more. The S&P has this special extra flow from call overriding strategies and the zero data expiry that just makes it more difficult for the S&P to break. Once we get through VIX expiry next week and regular expiry next Friday, the option markets can trade a little bit truer. We may see more price realization there, and S&Ps may really do may really do the thing that I'm much clearly growing increasingly concerned about.
Yeah, really, really good point to focus on some of those dynamics that are at work here that may be masking sort of the real sentiment. So glad you brought that up, Craig. An awful lot for everyone to digest. It's going to be a really interesting week, and I think one full of action. We're going to see both sides of the trade, but definitely looks like a sort of bearish tilt going into the open of the U.S. session, which is not surprising given the headlines over the weekend. Fantastic stuff. Thank you so much. Okay, it's about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jim.
All right, let's continue with the discussion on the E-mini S&P. Here's that daily candle chart I was talking about, and you can see way in the lower right-hand corner here. This is last night's candle. We wicked down pretty far, and then the volume profile is still immature. We did decent volume for sure. Yes, we're at 537,000 contracts already in the E-mini S&P, but we're kind of back to where we started from right now. Now there's a gap to consider. I know I've been talking about gaps all morning. Be careful. Sometimes they fill right away. Sometimes they don't fill for quite a long period of time. Right now, we'll see when that bell rings. This market will digest the right price, and we'll go from there. But right now, this is looking kind of ugly. The target wick at the bottom also is something I have on my radar screen. That's 65.84. A lot of times, the bottom of these long leg or long shadow wicks get hit. So keep an eye on that. Intraday. So intraday is kind of interesting. We have a nice point of control that's established a little bit lower, right by that MenthorQ 1-day min, and right by that S2. And so when I'm thinking about support, I'm thinking about this area right here. I'm thinking about that VWAP, that session VWAP at 66.41. Price is trading firmly above it here, so it's trying to edge its way back up. That JAX1 level's at 6,700. We wicked through it earlier today. We're trading right now at that S1. Targets above previous session's low, 67.15, and then you can visually see this gap, this Globex gap, I'll call it, which would be filled all the way up at 67.38. So we'll see if they get to there. JAX3 is above that, and then the daily pivot. Below, we have some put support here a little bit lower, around 6,600, and then nothing but really the abyss going down here. We have S3, which is rare to get to, but you never know on a day like today. We could easily get to S3, and that's at 64.94, give or take a couple ticks. So a lot of stuff to think about. A little bit of a profile kind of developing here, kind of a double distribution on the volume profile also. But again, today's going to be special because when that bell rings, that's going to kind of establish primacy on the direction here. Let's go back to a weekly chart on crude oil. I already showed this once. We see these long-term milestones. Double top we took out at 783 a long time ago. We have that September 23 target kind of swing high we took out overnight with that gap. Again, another gap. Keep your eye on that. And then the target wick way above here, the opposite of what we saw in the E-mini S&P. That is pretty close to $120 with the target at 123 above there from the June 22nd highs. Let's go over to the daily chart now on crude. It's just to get a better visual gap here. It's about a $3.64 gap right here. We're not there yet. I don't know if we're going to get there or not, but we're at a little bit short of $101 right now in crude. So we'll see if we fill that gap today or not. And again, sellers came back down and pushed us back down pretty quickly. Like I said, it was a wild open last night if you were on your NinjaTrader platform. And then if you go to an intraday chart, again, 10-minute chart here, we are pretty far south below the VWAP right now, right? Sellers are in charge right now, temporarily anyway. Point of control, 103.38. 1-day min is serving as support. That's at MenthorQ level. That's at 99.04. And then R1 is really where the low wick is right here. And it looks like a normal chart on the screen, but there's a big move. This is a big range today. So sometimes you're going to have to adjust your axis, especially if you're day trading, and be careful if you're using your charts to determine where you put your stops at, because it might look like a far distance away, but it might not. It might not look like a far distance, but it might be a far distance away. So be careful with that. We'll see if R1 holds. If it does, perhaps we could kind of push back back up to that VWAP. And I also am looking for a VWAP touch here on the upside here when the bell rings 107.56. Below that, we have some targets here. Previous session's highs, that's kind of weird to say, is 92.60. And that's in the gap here, that Globex gap is all the way filled all the way down here at 91.25. Below that is Jax 1, that gamma exposure level number 1 at 90. Below that is the pivot. Below that is the call resistance level at 85 bucks even. That's also a good target. One day min is at 67.70, and then we have S1 and 0DT put support down at $80. So there's a lot of targets on the way to the downside here. Not so many on the way to the upside here in crude oil, but we'll see what happens. We'll see who's in control when the bell rings. That is this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Maggie.
So much, Jim. Thanks, Jim. I love Jim trading on the way back from Vegas on his phone on the platform. It's epic. Before we get to this morning's guest, let's see who's on the lineup for today to get you all ready. Kicking things off is going to be our guest this morning, Peter Tchir. Excited to talk to him in just a moment. Later, Farm is here for Tape Talk. Jump in the chat. Let him know if there are any charts you want him to look at. Tanja and Salma are going to be trading the open. We've got Nick for a tick and Jack for midday markets, and trading the close will be Leo, XY, and Joey. All right, let's bring in Peter Tchir, head of macro strategy at Academy Securities. Hi, Peter. Thanks so much for joining us today.
Yeah, thanks a lot for having me. Nothing much going on today, huh?
Nah, just a couple things this Monday to cover. I know you were listening to us a little bit, so maybe kick things off and just talk to us about how you see the risk profile right now. Clearly, everyone trying to figure out whether this is going to be prolonged or whether we, despite the headlines, are going to get some sort of resolution. How are you thinking about the risks here?
Yeah, and so just as a point of background, so I work with 30 retired generals, admirals, former deputy directors of the CIA, so they form our geopolitical intelligence group. So a lot of kind of how we're looking at this is shaping from them. I would say even we are caught a little bit by surprise about the attacks on oil facilities. We thought that this would go a little bit longer, looking like Russia, Ukraine, where those were kind of hands off. So that's, definitely concerning. It's a little bit concerning, again, that the president came out very quickly saying the new supreme leader is not acceptable to him, which I think raises risks that that we're not going to try and negotiate with him. We still view, though, that this is probably going to wind up in some sort of a deal/off ramp that will look not like a Venezuela 2.0, but will keep the existing regime in charge. Some faction of the IRGC is likely to kind of rise up and decide that, one, they like the power, they like the wealth. If they lose power, they will likely be killed by their own citizens. They are not the most popular people. So they're incentivized to cling to that power, and they probably want to live and keep their families alive. So they come with some sort of a deal, probably involves allowing U.S. interests to invest in Iran. We still think that happens within a week or so. What we're seeing, I think, and that's going to be the next important steps, are attacking close to the Strait of Hormuz to ensure that we have as many missile and drone capabilities that are close to the strait as possible, and then potentially as early as this week, trying to escort some ships through or demonstrate that transit's possible. That would, again, be a good way to put pressure on the regime. We still think that's a possibility. We still think, and we see it as that we're largely winning from a military standpoint. Having said all that, I think we're less confident of a off-ramp today than we were Friday, given what was attacked. And then
Absolutely.
I would agree with everything else all your other guests have been saying in terms of oil is only the tiniest part of this. It's all the downstream products are possibly more important. Sorry about that.
No, absolutely. That's what I was going to wanted to talk to you about. We've got, chemicals, jet fuel, plastics, not just in the Middle East, but we saw announcements from Asian markets as well. So what is your, say everything's resolved tomorrow, what is sort of that timeline that we can get supply chains back on track? Because we all know it doesn't happen in a day, even though people expect them to. So kind of what is your timeline as far as getting everything back up and running in the chemicals and fuel markets?
I feel like we're almost on this kind of exponential slippery slope that if something gets resolved today, tomorrow, even this week, right, we probably have some disruption, but we work through it and it's maybe, a month of kind of things not being normal, but that's about it. I feel as this starts slipping into next week and longer, all of a sudden that really extends out and we have supply chain disruptions, and it's all going to be okay. the U.S., I think, we're fairly independent on the energy side of things, right? We're reasonably independent in terms of gasoline and things like that. But as we start moving down to the plastics and things like that, where do we get that from? How do we do that? That affects our manufacturing. So I think if we're not somewhere more comfortable place by Friday of this week, then I start getting nervous that we should be talking about a 2-3 month sort of global supply chain disruption. Asia, I think, is hit most hard, ex-China. I think China's done a good job preparing for a lot of this. I think Europe's once again showing up as kind of this, disorganized place that has no resources or has resources that they're unwilling to use. But yeah, I think it will start dragging the economy down much more. Then I think we should probably be down 10, 15% on the S&P. So I think right now we're down 3-4%. And this is only partly because of Iran, right? It's private credit's an issue. What's going on with data centers and AI? Those issues haven't gone away. But yeah, so I'm still comfortable, but yeah, increasingly nervous that this is a big problem.
Yeah, I like the yeah. That's how I think. That's how I think. I feel you encapsulated in a sound what we are feeling in our gut, Peter. But it's true, right? And let's talk. I mean, we could talk for so long about this, but you just mentioned, and this is what worries me. You mentioned there's two other huge kind of gorilla elephants in the room, right? That have been dogging the market. They haven't sold off horribly on them, but they kind of keep rearing their head. Let's talk about AI first. Uh, Interestingly, we saw software bottom last week in what was a terrible week for everything else. Is that some sort of sign that maybe the AI is going to steamroll over our life, ruin the labor market, and throw us all into sort of indentured servitude? Is that maybe a little bit overplayed, or is it just looking for another sector to take on? Did we run the course of the fear around AI?
I think that's partly true, and certainly I watch IGV very closely. And as you
Yeah.
point out, it was up on Friday when the rest of the market was getting hammered. Having said that, it also does seem like a little bit of this rotation where hedge funds are just getting in trouble. Every time they put on a trade, it seems to reverse powerfully and painfully against them. So I think just as everyone got short that, we had just enough of an excuse for the bounce. I think that's going to turn out to be a dead cat bounce. I hope not. I'll kind of watch it for the next day or two before I kind of participate. But I think right now I'd want to fade that because I do think, I don't know whether we go to these companies default or not, but I think they're going to have to spend more money to defend their moat. They're either going to have to offer some sort of price discounts. They're going to have to offer some more service. I feel like this is just the tipping point of they ran this very high margin business that they felt was very safe. And it probably ultimately still will be safe, but only with significant margin pressure. So I think that story is not done yet. It kind of got put in the background. And it was a relief, though, to see IGV go up so nicely last week.
Yeah.
And moving on, kind of down that same path with AI taking jobs, let's talk about, because we're talking about this a little bit earlier, what is the Fed going to do? We had suddenly a really bad jobs report. If you want to go over that, I know you wrote something about that earlier. But, is the jobs report as bad as we think that it is? And, where does that put the Fed with inflation likely going to be rearing its ugly head again with energy prices up?
Yeah, I think that's. I do think the Fed's going to look through the energy again. If this starts lasting longer, it gets hard. But I think right now, if we just have kind of that 3-week to a month-long sort of kind of economy where we're struggling to figure out, there's like little blocks here and there, but everything's back on track and headed the right direction. I think they go ahead and cut. I think they need to. I do think the job market's been weak. Nothing that I see in kind of anecdotal data tells me there's a lot of hiring going on. So. I think it was probably overstated how bad it was. There were some weather effects, there were some strike effects, but as a whole, I'm just not that concerned about having to hike for inflation. I think they're going to wind up cutting to protect jobs.
Yeah, I think we're also focused on that job market, but it'll be interesting to see them navigate that and what the rhetoric coming out is. We have some folks in the chat who are been worried about private credit, and it sounds like they should be. And I hate to just go down the list of worries, but that's kind of where we are right now, right? So I think we need to sort of, at least discuss it. So what about private credit? Jamie Dimon's been banging the table saying, this is not over. This is going to be hard. There's more going on than everyone thinks. And we do see those headlines dripping out. Same kind of question, Peter. Like, is it worse than we think? Is the market too complacent about it? Or is it going to be able to be ring fenced and contained?
I think we're on that cusp where I think we're going to see a little bit of contagion. So I've been watching the BDCs very closely. So BISD, as one of the ETFs there, that went below like Liberation Day lows well before anything else did. It's back below those sorts of levels. That concerns me. So, and what I think is really starting to happen, credit to me is always, it's probably the worst thing to trade in terms of there's never the liquidity when you need it. And it's this huge market where people get in fighting over, well, I want to make 6.8%. No, I want to make 6.9%. And that's kind of their fixation. And on the way out, they're like, oh my gosh, I could lose $1 billion. Now, you're probably not going to lose $1 billion, but you get that sort of mindset. And all of a sudden, I think right now, there's a lot of people stuck with more private credit than they're comfortable with. And there's two problems. So one, they can't get out of it. They're not sure about private credit as a whole, partly because of the fraud, but they're also looking, private credit owns a lot of what was popular the last couple of years. And that was software type deals. That was the things that are most, data center deals. So you're kind of overexposed. If you can't get out of that, I think you start looking at what else you can sell. So I'm keeping a really close eye on BKLN, which is a leveraged loan ETF, and then SRLN, which is another leveraged loan. They're both about $6 billion. And I'm watching them because I think if you are trying to figure out, hey, I've got this private credit exposure, I can't sell it, what looks and smells closest to that is the leveraged loan space. So I think you try and sell that. And I'm not sure who buys that, right? CLOs aren't getting done. They're the natural buyer of this. If retail starts flowing out of this, who's buying it from them? Everyone, I think, is trying to reduce that. So credit to me is always this cycle of you wind up selling what you can, not what you need to. And that to me is kind of the critical point. Last week, both of those ETFs, I think both saw outflows the entire week. One closed lower on the week, one bounced a little bit, but is still low and off its highs. Those to me, if they start breaking, then it starts feeding into the rest of credit. So, and the other two ETFs I would watch closely are FALN, which is like a fallen angel one, and ANGL, which is short for angel, so another fallen angel. That to me is the pivot where when people kind of get tired, like, shoot, I need to reduce exposure, they go there. I don't think we're going to see a deep bid. And I think that's when the selling kind of resumes. And that's where it starts being problematic. And so far, I would say, it's all rough guess, but it felt like software equities led the way down and credit went a little bit wider here or there in conjunction with that or because of the equities. I don't think we've yet seen a case where credit starts going wider and trading weaker and drags the equities down. Maybe you saw that in Oracle. That I think's been the only example potentially. But if you start seeing that, then I think again, you've got a lot more downside to the equity market.
I love that you gave us some points to watch. This is where liquidity matters, right? Like in the stress of war and the other things layered on, if you're in an illiquid market, it's kind of scary. Trace, you want to close this out?
Sure. First, what else about anything going on that concerns you that is not, top of the leaderboard right now that nobody's really talking about because everybody's focused on this war with Iran that we should keep a focus on? I was also curious to see what you thought the timeline was for Fed cuts, because we know the administration wants it, and markets are now pricing, maybe a quarter point in December. That is not, that's down from June. So kind of your thoughts, again, on something that people aren't really talking about, your concerns, and maybe a timeline for cuts.
The one thing I am still really concerned about is we are so dependent on Taiwan and shipping near China to get our chips. Like that is a massive vulnerability that I just see. We haven't seen China do anything. We don't think China's going to do anything militarily to, take over Taiwan, but they could do things to disrupt the economy. They could, flood the area with their maritime militia, making shipping more difficult. I feel like that's one fragility that we just don't talk at all about is we are so dependent on chips sailing right by China. And, you get a bunch of people saying, well, China, Trump is playing 5D or 20D chess, whatever you want to call it, with China over energy. Well, that's the one thing they have on us is still the rarest critical minerals, which, again, kind of dropped off everyone's radar screen, and that chips. So I feel that's something not being discussed. And also, even when we're talking about AI and software, I feel like every conversation still is US-centric. We still don't really talk about the risk that China is figuring things out and gets ahead of us on this, because they have one huge advantage to us, I think, in that business is they have the electricity to generate power if they need it. Whereas I continue to believe that's our single biggest bottleneck and has to be a massive focus and is kind of a focus, but this is certainly doing nothing to help that. And I
Fantastic
still
stuff.
think the Fed cuts.
Thoughts on
I,
ease. Yeah.
I think Powell would love to be able to cut once. I think his biggest flex would be that we set the conditions that he can cut once, because then he could kind of tell Trump, listen, I didn't cut because I wasn't not against you. I didn't cut because the data didn't warrant it. So I do think he will focus on jobs, and I think he might look through temporary spikes in oil. Again, if this becomes more protracted, but even then, right, this if we get a more protracted problem, I think if you start thinking about 3, 4, 6 months down the road, we're going to have deflationary problems because the supply chain is going to get broken. So I think the market right now, I would take the other side of rates right now, probably more than anything. I'm not sure where equities can go. We're looking at that BKLN leverage loans as kind of a pivot point. I think tens will be back below 4% fairly soon.
Wow, that's interesting for folks in the inflation camp. Peter, what a great conversation. It was a lot to get through on a Monday, but you gave us some really good stuff to put on the dashboard and food for thought. So we appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot. Have a good one.
You can find Peter on X at TFMKTS. Shai, wow, that's interesting because I think stagflationary bond yields going higher is kind of where the consensus seems to be right now.
So absolutely. So that is the first one that I've heard to say that the longer end might actually come down yield-wise on markets up because I think a lot of people are scrambling to reposition into kind of a bull steepener at this point. So interesting viewpoints as always from Peter.
Yeah, I love it. Great stuff. All right, Shai, we will see you in the chats.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome. Let's let's bring in Farm right now for Tape Talk. Morning, Farm.
Morning. How are we doing?
Good. I'm just my brain's sort of glitching a little as I work through all the information that we just had to download in that segment. And this morning, there's a lot going on. So what are you watching? What's top of mind for you?
Yeah, I mean, I think we're going to learn. We're going to learn a lot about this today. I think the first thing to note, we talked about last night on the show, is that at least as of now, both NQ and ES are above their November lows. And I think that's going to be key to me. I've been sort of defining that as a potential range low for many months. I know that we consolidated, at least on ES, more tightly, a little bit higher. But that to me was sort of a prospective range low and where, more meaningfully bearish things happen. NQ held off that November low overnight at the overnight low and has broadly held up okay in sort of this yearly level that I've got above that November low. And ES, comfortably above the November low for now, and also into a very similar structural area as NQ. So like ES finally actually caught down to NQ, which was kind of a maddening structural conflict that we had because NQ's been kind of flirting towards this spot for weeks, really, right? While ES just sort of was hanging around. And now at least they are a little bit aligned. And I think that has potential to make things a little easier, whether that means easier to the upside or easier to the downside. Either way, but to me, at least a little bit easier when they're at similar structural locations. And so, do participants come in and they see this rally off the overnight low and they say, hey, nothing ever happens. We're going to buy this. We're going to get back in Friday's range and then, close with some enormous hammer candle today? Or do they come in and they say, hey, look at this rally off the lows. This is a great opportunity for me to sell. And so I think we're going to learn a lot about, the mood that market participants are in today. That's kind of the first thing that I really want to see coming into this, because this is a downside break of, at least a multi-week consolidation range. Again, I believe it is all within the context of a much larger range. But there are many, many weeks of longs that are completely underwater here. And so that's a problem. Do they decide to sell on pops? Is going to be the big question, I think, for me today into this open. Again, below the November low, I broadly am expecting a back test of the prior all-time highs from 2025. You've got the 6150-ish area on SPX, and then NQ, down there quite a ways, right? Another, 1,500 handles or whatever from here. So this is definitely going to be a big area. This is going to be a big week. And, that's going to sort of drive my intermediate term picture, I would say. And, what they do at today's open is going to color a lot of that, I think.
Yeah, it's interesting. I guess that's why if we look at the chat, the poll rather, given the headlines, I thought everyone was going to be feeling pretty bearish, but no, I mean, it is the majority, but only just. We've got an awful lot of people who are feeling bullish and a fair amount of people who are neutral sideways. So it looks like everyone is kind of same as you, waiting to see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, whether we go up or down, bullish or bearish, at least, to me, it's better. It's better from a bullish or bearish perspective. It's better to be, to me, bullish at lower prices. That said, it doesn't mean it's a long, right? So you kind of have to be able to separate the two, right? You can say these prices to me in terms of like, do I want broad equity exposure for the long term, for example? You could be kind of bullish on that, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's a day trade long, right? So we have to be able to separate those things. So I'm a lot more, bearish at highs, when things are up there at 7,000, equities around the moon. We start to see these cracks and it just won't break. I'm bearish, but it didn't mean that I was going to be short, right? So we definitely have to be able to separate that. And for me, the biggest question, and there is some short time frame structural conflict between ES and NQ, which, I'll kind of dig in a little deeper here now. We've got a true gap down as of now. I mean, we've got 40 minutes to open, so we'll see where we open. So true gap down just means that we're opening entirely below the prior day's range, right? So you can see Friday's low peaking down there. You've got last week's low. At least on ES, it's in almost the exact same spot. So it is a weekly true gap down as well. We're gapping entirely below the prior week's low. So the first question, and just sort of keep it simple, is on a true gap down, if we open below a prior day's low, I'm watching the range of the first 5 minutes. Do we get an opening drive higher and we're only sustaining above the high of that first 5 minutes, and therefore potentially make a run towards Friday's low, last week's low on ES? Or do we open and we can't find any bids above the open, and we're only putting in action below the range of the first 5 minutes, right? And that to me then leans more like a retest, or at least a partial retest of the overnight lows. On ES, for me, I mentioned last night, kind of the 66.22 spot down to 6,600 was my more immediate term target. I wasn't looking to be short anywhere near that. We got, a nice little bit of an overshoot. I mean, the last level I put on my Ninja chart anyways for this week, which, I hope to have to update by Thursday lower, because I do like to see nice washouts, was this 55.96 to 6,600. We got a nice overshoot of that and reclaim. I do have weekly levels that go much, much lower than that. But this was sort of my immediate term target, to be looking to cover any kind of shorter dated puts or anything like that, ES shorts, things of that nature. So again, I consider this to be roughly range low until proven otherwise on ES, because I have been seeing this as a potential multi-month range above the November low. I mean, like, imagine, we consolidated recently for, I don't know, 2 months in like a 200 handle range. Imagine you just look back and you're like, oh, wow, that was actually a 7-month consolidation, in a 400 handle range or whatever, right? I mean, it absolutely could do something like that, and be a giant correction in time. Or again, we puke those November lows and we end up with a back test of the prior all-time high. So the big question is going to be that open, monitoring that open. 66.20s has proven itself to be a big spot on this overnight profile that's developing. It's the weekly profile, overnight profile. It's the same thing here. These 66.60s have clearly become key, right? So I think if we lose 66.60s, I'm not sure, maybe the 66.40 to 47 spot holds again. If not, you're getting a rotation down to 66.22. So I would definitely be watching this kind of spot here on ES. NQ, again, a little bit different. I'll have to zoom out just a little bit so I can make sure that we can see last week's low in here. I mean, we're back above it right now, last week's low. So it's like, it looks horrifyingly bearish, but it's like, we're down at prices we haven't seen since, what was that, like Tuesday or whatever on NQ. I do think this is a little bit of a flight to quality, flight to safety that we have seen the last few years. The big tech names are where money hides when things get a little bit volatile and they're not sure what to do. Apple has historically for years been kind of that, right? Just to hide in Apple, not so much anymore because, Apple hasn't innovated in at least 420 years. But you do get that kind of thing. And that's, I think, what we're seeing now with the Russell and the Dow components being a little bit more adversely impacted from this. But again, same thing, this orange line, that's the November RTH low, if I'm not mistaken, on NQ. We sort of came down and threatened it just a bit, but ultimately held off. 24,069 to 24,369 is broadly my major yearly level, and that has broadly held. But I mean, we're kind of sitting in it. We're flirting with it. And again, this is the danger zone. And I said this last night, I would actually look, blasphemy again for future traders, but for trading NQ, I would look at QQQ as well in this case. For me, I look at the sort of cash ETFs a little bit more right after a contract roll and right before a contract roll, right? Because you're used to trading these prices associated with the futures contract, but right after, right before, you get these huge differences, right? So I would be looking at the QQQ November low as well, which comes in just below this 23,885 to 23,900 spot. I want to say it'll probably be about maybe 870 today on NQ. So if you see something like that, we're getting a downside break. It just sort of gives you a little bit more comfort that like, okay, this thing is broken down. We're now below the November low on NQ. We're below the November low on QQQ. Things are bad. But again, as of now, like here we are in last week's range. We still are in a true gap down situation relative to Friday on NQ, but again, not relative to last week's lows, like on ES. And so the first order business, same deal. We're monitoring that opening drive. Was this an opportunity to sell, this rally? Or is this still seen as an opportunity to buy? And I sort of, my lean would be that, this was a selling opportunity, at least short term. We'll see, what kind of taco situation we get. I honestly think it's kind of hard to taco here out of this. I don't know with, Iran. I don't want to get too much into the, geopolitics and macro, but I mean, like, they put in Khamenei's son and Trump said that's not going to be okay. You're going to put in our guy. I mean, like, it makes it a little bit tough if Trump's just like, oh, mission accomplished, we won, and then leave that situation there. Not sure he's quite ready for that yet, but we'll see what he thinks about that if crude goes 50 or something. But for NQ, let's see if, last week's low can hold here, or if we, get a sell back below last week's low. Can we reclaim Friday's low? These 600s have to get back on side, 24 600s on NQ. And I would say probably 669 as well. They have to get back on side. There's been so much buying here for so long in the 24 600s. And so if we come up there and they decide that, hey, break even seems like a great price to sell at, and we get another fresh crack of last week's low, I think then you're going to see a little bit of accelerating weakness potentially in NQ. So I would be watching NQ for some of your clues because it is sort of leading structurally anyways. And so see if NQ can reclaim Friday's range. And like what you would want to see if you're a bull, you'd want to see this thing opening drive higher. You're going to see some kind of defense anyways up here around 600. But is that immediately ripped straight through conviction buying, take us back into Friday's range and, at least rotate towards this 750, 769. It's like that would be the bull case. That's not my base case, but that's what you would want to see. You don't want to see a failed opening drive higher, right? So you see, bulls come in, they bid this open and then, fail to reclaim Friday's range and then sell back through. I would honestly say like right where it's at right now, maybe these 330s or so on NQ. So that would be kind of the bad look to me for NQ. But same thing, like tight leash on shorts down here because this is such a major spot, and we got the 200-day simple moving average here. Like there's probably gonna be some buying around there, regardless of what's going on in the world. So tight leash on shorts, but at the same time, again, it doesn't mean that it's a long. And I don't like chasing longs, that's for sure. So while it can be a little bit more constructive back in Friday's range, I think you really want to see both ES and NQ very comfortably back in yesterday's range. And, if you miss a long here, like towards the top of this overnight range, I mean, it's not the end of the world to me. there's always, another long to take. So I'd be very careful chasing rips. I'd be very careful chasing dips in this situation. Let's see what the cash hour participants have to say and whether or not we can reclaim last week's range on ES, whether we can reclaim Friday's range on both ES and NQ. And, maybe some of this vol comes off. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm so glad you mentioned that. As you were talking, I was thinking about positioning, and that's the fear, right? That you're going to get some sort of news headline and things are going to turn on a dime. So it makes sense that you're keeping a short leash on everything, and that you're talking about macro. It's hard to avoid right now, Farm, since it's sort of driving everything. So that's why we're all glued to the headlines. But appreciate you. Good luck today. Thanks, Farm.
Appreciate it. Take care.
Just a reminder, everybody, sign up for the March Madness competition. We talked about it earlier. There's a lot of heavy stuff we're dealing with, so a little fun on the side is probably the mental break everybody needs, and some pretty good prize money at stake as well. Just a quick recap. As we were mentioning, right across the board, everyone's kind of poised to see if we get a little bit of a reprieve. Everyone watching the price of oil. It's well off the highs of the weekend. The direction today is probably going to depend on headlines and if we see any news on those reserves. Some people in the chat mentioning we had seen red across the board, including the traditional safe havens, gold and crypto, but crypto piping up a little bit today. So we'll see if that can continue. Okay, everybody. Up next, we've got Trade the Open with Tanja and Salma. Hi, Tanja. Hi, Salma. A lot to get through, as you heard this morning. A lot of headlines.
Good morning, Maggie.
Good morning.
How's everybody feeling? Salma, how are you? Are you ready for the week? Is anybody
Pretty
ready?
good, yeah. Crazy last night open, crazy recovery overnight. Pretty remarkable recovery, honestly. Every time you think sellers are strong enough to push us lower, nope. Buyers step right back in, push price back up, and before you know it, we're back to almost flat. So, yeah, remarkable is the only word I can come up with right now.
Tanja, how you feeling?
I'm feeling like on Friday I was looking for shorts and I ended up taking a long because there was only a Friday morning I had to, and I ended up getting, a nice win at the NFP high, data high, and we had a pretty weak close on Friday, so it's kind of like, okay, it's just annoying when it drops overnight like that, and yeah, it opened and pretty much back where we opened at the 6 p.m. open. So I think that we could kind of probably fill the gap back up higher if we continue to have the strength. And yeah, you just got to be nimble in this market. Seems like it's going to be large ranges again, and you can't take anything. You can't marry one side of a bias, even though like you might be overall bearish. You might maybe just for the morning there's only a bullish setup, so you have to be really nimble.
Yeah, and I love that, not get married to anything, because I think people are coming in with a thought, but the price action. I spoke to somebody on Friday who called it a duck market in one of his notes, right? Like by the end, when you look calm on the surface, but really active underneath. So, all right. Well, listen, I'm going to leave you ladies to it. Good luck, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow.
See ya.
Take care, Maggie.
All right.
Hi, Tanja.
Good morning. How are you?
Pretty good. I think today my main focus will likely be ES. Really like the fact that, we swept those October lows, came really close to sweeping November lows, didn't quite get down there. And then, we bounced and kind of have just recovered ever since. And now we're just stalling. I do have a level here at 66.90 on ES that, we're kind of just hovering right below. As always, every single Monday morning when we have these crazy moves on Sunday night, I'll definitely probably be waiting for that 10 a.m. candle close, let the 4-hour do its thing. It would be amazing if, we do get that gap fill. I think we get the gap fill, probably lows are in for the week. If we don't get the gap fill, I think we can, sellers can try one last time. I have on the 4-hour 9 EMA reject, which would coincide with like previous day low, previous week low. We can just literally like stall up there, come right back down, and potentially make new lows. But that is honestly not something I want to see. I want to see us continue higher. So yeah. And then if I see any of the other indexes doing something that is a little bit more enticing than ES, then I would pivot my attention to one of them. But for now, ES seems to be the one.
Right. ES is the one for you. I agree. I think that it's looking better since on it failed to take that November low. That's what I'm seeing. And Nasdaq did take that November low, but like you said, this market has been pretty remarkable at recovering. So it might want to just fill the gap fill to like the where we closed on Friday if it wants to be really erratic today. If if that's perhaps a short term, just local low, like we've been seeing a lot of times, like you said, when we come in on Monday, sometimes we have it looks pretty similar to that other like Monday from 2 weeks ago or something like that, right? Where we were gapping down and we just had that gap and go, right? Just kept
Yeah, yeah.
and then
It
Leo and Nick
seems
after us, right?
it seems like whenever we
It
sweep
was literally
monthly
last week, March
lows,
1st.
yeah.
Yeah, it's March 1st. Looks really similar. And we ended up just running that morning. So it's not out of the question for sure. But yeah, I'd like for ES to eventually come down to that previous month low, November low. But that is a long ways away. That's like 90 points away. I think it's probably more likely that we have some gap fill to the upside if we have some strength here. Where ES is still below its previous weekly low and Nasdaq is above it, like it's above that. So it's looking like Nasdaq's a little bit stronger. Um, yeah, Nasdaq, or they're both down around 1%, but Nasdaq moves a lot faster, so has some potential there. So I'll definitely mark out where we closed on Friday there. Yeah, that new week open, a new week opening gap, everybody. Okay, this is where we closed. And then here's where we opened.
Yeah, I would definitely want to see us like, we've recovered this much of the move, might as well fully recover. I am going into today bullish just off of the way things are looking right now, but obviously that can change really fast
Yeah.
once the market opens up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We'll have to see, are people unraveling their positions or are they willing to put money on the table? I think us being above the previous weekly low on Nasdaq says something.
Yeah, I see that also being the same thing on YM. We're
Mm-hmm.
literally just below it as of right now, but we were above it.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas ES, the Russell are kind of still a little bit ways away from its previous weekly low
Okay.
and the weekly open and stuff. So,
I'm surprised you do not have a position on. I'm over.
oh well.
Did you get any sleep?
I was gonna say, Anthony would be proud. I did actually sleep tonight. I didn't wake up in the middle of the night and take anything.
Woohoo.
But I did take a trade last night. I was able to get a short
Okay.
in, and I covered right at October lows on ES. It was almost like a perfect exit. And then I was able to go to sleep because I was more than content with that trade. So yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I'm
And
coming
that's
into
good.
today.
You
So like
you
I'm
shorted at the near like eight in Asia?
Yeah, I shorted somewhere around 66.30 and I closed at 65.90 on ES. It was honestly a really good trade. I bet you. Hold
Hmm.
on. How do I do where it shows you like your execution and stuff? Yeah, see. Um, I just turned the execution marks on. But yeah, I
Hmm.
shorted this like 10:30 candle. And
Okay.
then I covered some around 6600. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, 6600. And
Nice.
then I covered again at October lows at 65.90. So it was a really good trade. I didn't feel the need to like, take more or keep
That's
any
perfect. And
runners
that's
on.
that's exactly where like you got out near the bottom.
Yeah, and then, we freaking bounced and never came back down. I wasn't expecting that, to be honest with you, but I didn't want anything to do with the market after that. So I was
Yeah,
completely okay with just closing it up for the night. And for
that's
once, I
good.
actually got a good night's sleep. So that was good.
I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Yay.
Yep,
Yeah,
yep,
just
yep.
daylight savings honestly messes people up. Honestly, like, yeah, we lost a night of sleep there on Sunday.
You say that, and I'm looking at I have like a clock in front of me, and I'm
Hmm.
like, why does it say it's 8:10? And I just remembered that time changed. Um, Paul Franklin says that was a bold short with the market already being down. Yeah, so the reason for my short, I was on like the 10-minute time frame. I mean, I guess it still looks good here on the 10-minute time frame if you guys want me to explain it to you. I was watching the 10-minute time frame because on the 5-minute, it was like really messy with the 9 EMA. And something about me when it's a trend down or trend up, I really love to focus on the 9 EMA. So when it's not looking good on one certain time frame, so like the 5-minute is the lowest I'll go. So if it's looking a little messy on the 5, I'll move up to a higher time frame. I decided to look at the 10-minute, and it was looking like every single time we were tapping into the 9 EMA was getting respected. And I said, you know what? We're tapping back into the 9 EMA. Let me try an entry here. If we do get a candle close above the 9 EMA on the 10-minute, I'll exit. As soon as I got in, we started to actually move, and it was almost like a really good entry simply because if you trade Asia, most days it goes really, really slow. But obviously, yesterday we had a ton of volatility, but I didn't get caught up in any of this chop here. I kind of entered here and we literally just started to move as soon as I got in. So it was like, it ended up being a really good trade. I wasn't expecting it to move that quick, but it just so happened to be. And that was my reasoning. It was just literally simple retest of the 9 EMA so that at the time, this was looking like it could H, and I wanted to see if it would, and we definitely got that H pattern to pan out. You see, like we had that accelerated move down. Buyers tried to step in here a little bit. We started to
Like your H
consolidate.
pattern.
Yeah, I love the H pattern. I mean, it obviously looks better when it's developing and as it's happening.
Hmm.
But yeah, it was a really good trade. And then I mean, I was just like really happy to the point where I didn't even need to like look at the market again once I got out. I looked this
That's the
morning and I'm
best.
like,
That's
holy
for the best
shit.
because
I'm
it's like
like,
time to
dude,
go to
I'm
bed.
like, holy shit.
Yeah,
Buyers stepped in right where they needed to. And
yeah.
yep, here we are. I mean, it's really amazing, actually.
It is crazy how that happens. And you're
Yeah.
like, okay, this is the last line in the sand for the bulls, and then they come in. And those are probably the best long trades there, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I didn't even see that. Somebody wanted to know what was my stop on that. So again, I was essentially looking for a 10-minute close above the 9 EMA. We obviously never got it, but I did have stops right at this high here at 7 p.m. So like a little bit above this 66.46 area.
Hmm.
Yeah. Anyway, chat. Anybody take a trade overnight? Did you guys sit tight? I really was not planning on taking a trade. Um, I'm not a
How's
fan
everybody
of.
feeling in the chats? Daylight savings. Make sure if you're feeling groggy, it's normal. That's normal. We gotta just get our sleep back on track. Our circadian rhythms have been messed up. I
Dude,
wish that
I
there were
love it.
daylight savings. It's not healthy. Like people like there's like a 20% increase in heart attacks when we change the clocks.
I think we should keep the clock like this all year
I
round.
agree. Yeah,
I
I
would
agree.
I would rather a day of yeah,
More
I'm
more
sorry,
sleep.
an hour of my day, like to be able to go out, do stuff, it's still sunlight out, than to be able to have an extra hour sleep. I know it's
It's not even
controversial.
like it's like okay then, yeah. You just have 1 hour and then that's it. So, I agree. I'd rather have that.
That
I
1 hour
don't
it
care if
makes
it
such a
if it
big difference.
rises later in the morning in the winter. I don't really mind if it's dark in the morning for a little longer during the winter.
Hmm.
So, but Congress did make a bill about that like years ago, and they never voted on it. So annoying.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it, I hate when the time it's like you're out, it's 5 p.m. and it's dark as hell out and it feels like it's midnight.
Oh
I
yeah.
hate it. I really, really do.
Yeah, no.
Just give me my
Chat is
long
actually
days.
mostly bearish, I believe.
Are they?
Mm-hmm.
I think Arizona, Hawaii don't change their time. They're the only two states.
Really? Jealous.
Yeah. Yep.
The heck?
Should be across the whole country. Dividend cake, I was not shorting at 4 a.m. Wasn't even I didn't
What's
I
up with
didn't
dividend
trade,
cake?
so you thought you got me, but you didn't.
You thought you were doing something there. No. Yeah. Where's the London low? Okay. That's the London low here. Yeah, I could see that today could be like a gap and go situation just like last week because yeah, London low put in a decent low there and it's around that previous month low, dipped below the February low on Nasdaq. And then yeah, we've made another swing higher. It's not really necessary to come back there. If it's going to be kind of like a low resistance, like push higher, if it's going to just be really higher highs, higher lows, then we should just could keep that guy in
Yeah.
check. We're kind of just in this zone here. Hmm. I'm honestly hoping maybe we sweep like this pre-market low, 645 low, that lines up with previous week low, and then kind of just go into this 15-minute FEG and then come back above that 830 high afterwards. I would love like a pre-market sweep first. Let's see. Because I don't see us really have an SMT, a bullish SMT at a low, other than, ES did not take out those November lows.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. NQ did, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
But ES was
Yeah.
much further away from them. Like there was a massive wick there if you go on like the monthly candle, as you know. Um, so makes sense.
Yeah.
But
Your chart is so pretty. It's just
I just
no,
put the gaps in purple, the new week opening gaps, it's a massive gap. So how large is that? It's 226. Yeah, so we gapped down on Sunday open 230 points just about. And so far on the day, we've moved about 500 points on the Nasdaq and 116 on ES. The ATR is rising because volatility is going up. 566 is the average amount of points that the Nasdaq has moved the past 5 days, and ES is 128. Okay.
128. I love how everyone last night was freaking out at the open. I don't know if you were on like Twitter or anything, but everyone,
honestly. Yeah.
everyone's
That's
like,
how
we're
you
gonna go lower.
freaks out, You
Yeah,
you just that's the bottom indicator.
so funny.
Local bottom. Almost as good as the Kramer index. I'm
I
just
wonder if he said anything because all he needed to say was something bearish for this bounce to have happened.
mm-hmm.
Let's see.
Yeah, we were traced already to 618 on a Nasdaq of that leg from like 415, that swing. So maybe it won't even retrace again, but I do prefer it to take out a little low there. But that's what I'm saying is like we could potentially just, yeah, open and just keep ripping, which
So
was something we've seen before a couple times.
so you can't make this up. He did actually tweet something at 4:30 in the morning, and he
Oh,
said. He said, whatever, futures were down 2.5% last night, now down just about 1.25 because of European oil reserve potential, ... might be a sell opportunity that people will take if it stays this high. So he is bearish. This is a bearish tweet.
Well, is he talking about oil there though?
Yeah, he was just saying that, we recovered because
Yeah.
of oil news, and he's saying that it is a potential that we will sell right back down. So we should push higher.
Okay. Fair enough. Yeah.
The inverse sell signal.
Mm-hmm.
Will, don't forget that we can also go sideways, but probably not a day for that today. I don't think so, at least. Should be an interesting day.
Yeah, I don't see us going sideways. Is that what they said? Hmm.
No, they were just saying you can always bet that the market will go up or down.
Oh, it could go.
Sideways is
Yeah.
also,
Yeah, that's true. Very true.
yeah. I don't think we will though.
Yeah. These Mondays have been pretty volatile.
Yeah, it's honestly been a little bit too much lately.
Not good for yeah, it's not good for our heart rates.
No, because it's like if you want to be patient and you want to hold off from trading like the open, the
Yeah.
first hour's as fun as the day gets. And
Yeah.
then if you decide to be degenerate and like get in, then that's when like I don't know, you get cooked or market starts to get wicky. Just
Mm-hmm.
nah.
Yeah, pretty much. Like sometimes you just need to be playing the open right now. Some of
Yeah.
these days because that's like just the best opportunity that's been coming. Today we don't have any like 10
No
a.m. news
data.
like
Yeah.
that. We just have Trump speaking after the market's already closed at 4:35 p.m. So, but we will keep an eye out for any headlines,
Yeah, I'm sure there
headline
will be
driven
many today.
market. Hmm.
Dun dun dun. So chat, how was your weekend? Got a couple minutes here before the market opens.
Hmm.
Ooh, you sent a tweet.
Salma's got my notifications on.
Now you tagged me. Stop. That's so weird. It didn't pop up in my notifications, like in my mentions, but it popped up in my notifications. Twitter is dumb.
Because you have your many notifications turned on.
I do. But then overall phone is on D&D, so I guess it all defeats the purpose. It's funny.
That's funny.
All right. Some people had good weekends in the
I had a
chat.
good
That's
weekend.
good.
Yesterday was amazing weather. Today is again amazing weather.
Dude, yesterday I just stayed home all day, which is such a shame because the weather was really nice.
Oh, no, you got to go outside today. It's the same thing today.
Yeah, I'll
Temperatures
try
are going
to.
to reaching like the high 60s today, later today, and sunny sky. I see it's such a beautiful, clear sky right now. Super
I
amazing.
love how 60 is the new like summer for us during this time of
I didn't
year.
take a jacket yesterday. Yeah, I was like, this is beautiful. So it was like 60. The vibes have skyrocketed.
Yeah,
I
this is best time of the year is when the weather gets better. Yeah. Okay, Tebow says, Selma, can you explain the H pattern? Yeah, I've explained it several times on the lives. I can go over it very briefly. It's very simple. It's just this pattern where you want to see a downward move, right? So we had this crazy candle here on the 15-minute yesterday open. So that makes by the way, when I say H pattern, you want to think about it as a lowercase h. So this is basically the L to that lowercase h. And then you want to see basically price come back up, have a little bit of consolidation here, which we did, and then you want to see price come back down to finish the rest of that H. So, I mean, I'm not the best of artists, but if I want to draw it, wait, let me get my drawing tool. This is not going to be the best drawing, but oh, I got to change the color of that. Hold on. Let's do yellow for purposes. Okay, so you want to have the straight line down, and then price consolidated here. Buyers tried to do something. They couldn't get above the 66.44 level, and sellers drove price back down, creating the lowercase h. And then eventually, we go lower, which we did right here. But yeah, that's in the most simple terms. That's what the H pattern is. Obviously, bearish. You could think of it as whatever you want, an H, a chair, whatever.
Chair. Okay.
Yeah, some people say it looks like a chair, like a chair you sit on. I don't know. But yeah. A chair you sit on. What other chair would it be? Is there a particular time frame required for the H pattern? No, honestly, you can find it on any time frame, and for the most part, it will work. And then, obviously, patterns can get invalidated, and so if that does get invalidated, it would be something like either a V shape or a W. Thank you, Zippy. That's very nice.
All right, 5 minutes till close. Vote in the chat what your bias is. Bearish, bullish, neutral. Made a lower high at 8:30. So I would want us to sweep like 7:15. ES also has an hourly tiny bullish FEG maybe, and that's like the 7. It's a deeper retracement on the fib on the hourly also, but it would make sense. It would be okay for that to happen. So I would want to see a little sweep and reversal, ideally, because maybe it's just enticing shorts here with the lower high and like fading it from the gap. If we stay heavy though underneath those lows, then we could end up going below London low, and then I'll have to reassess. But yeah, we'll want to sweep and then us to break over 8:30 open. If we kind of break over 8:30 open right at the open, might be just a gap and go situation. It's like strong. If the bulls, it might just be a lot of momentum to the upside. So I'll be ready for that too. I might just end up taking along. See.
Where'd you draw your fibs?
I put on the 15-minute from like the 6:15, 4:15 low
Okay.
to the 5:45 high. 'Cause that's kind of like where that's the swing low. It's where we just started to push up, really. There is that London low that you could also look at if you're looking at the hourly, but I kind of look at this here. Made a higher low there anyway.
Oh, that's
And
interesting.
the previous month low, February, also kept wicking it during that time. Yeah.
I like it.
I'll just put up a fib to see if it's like a deep enough retracement, and yeah, and if you put it from there, it's still in a discount from the London low. So we'll see how this open is. I expect it to be large
Crazy.
1 minute candles, or yeah, I expected it to be like 100-point 1 minute candles for sure. It's like driving a rocket ship.
Yeah.
Do you like to start? What like time frame do you have open right now at the open?
The 15-minute because
Yeah,
I
same.
was yeah, just was looking at what we were doing in pre-market. But yeah, I mean, off the open, if it's gonna be like a crazy candle, probably get down to the 5-minute. But like that is how as low as I'll go.
Mm-hmm.
No risk, no Rari. That's right, Mr. Monopoly.
No risk, no Rari. Definitely. Oh, yo, that's my.
That's funny.
I'm happy they found a good clip of me, a little audio. All right, here we have the open in 1 minute. Yeah, I think that yeah, we could have a big move. Honestly, yeah, on Friday I ended up Friday morning I ended up taking longs and I came in wanting shorts. And I said I'm only gonna take a long if it's an A plus setup. And it was an A plus setup, and I literally had to be convinced. And I was like, I just sighed and I was like, oh, I have to take a long. And it ended up being a good trade, but kind of like, oh man, I feel like the shorts get taken away from us overnight a lot of the time.
Yeah. I was trying to forget Friday's price action because I think it was like after me and Pax got off, it was just complete, like, it felt like tug of war.
Yeah, it
Um,
was for sure.
I was in shorts and I was sitting in them for like 4 hours.
All right, here's the open.
Wow.
We are pushing higher. We're above that 830 open right now on the Nasdaq.
Yeah, I bet you they pushed the Nasdaq to 550.
I could see that. 64 points so far in that first 1 minute candle. It's not even finished yet. Okay. All
This
right,
is not
candle.
as strong as I thought it would be on ES.
91.1 minute candle on the Nasdaq right there.
ES is struggling a little bit.
Yes, struggling at the 830 open area. That's
Mm-hmm.
true. For a little bit. Let's see what it does.
Okay, you have Russell YM weakness here. It's really NQ that's the only one that wants to go.
Yeah, let's see if let's see here. Let's see if ES gets back above 830 open.
Yeah, I don't love when I start seeing them all do something different than the other. Because now you
Yeah.
have the Russell pushing, YM dropping. This is nasty divergence here. 2 minutes into the open.
Nasdaq's above its pre-market high already from the 530 high. ES has not reached that point yet. It's actually wicking like that 830 open. Yeah, I'd like to see more strength in ES too. Let me take a look here for a second for what happened last Monday again. Okay.
Yep, ES selling off.
Yeah, still a little. It's different than last Monday because last Monday we just kept pumping straight up. Now, okay.
Yeah, I remember
That
that. That was
that
just like
was that was
nonstop.
there was no retracement at all, so
Yeah.
it's pretty different now. Yeah, ES is breaking lower. Okay,
Looks like that
a little bit. It's
550
just
on
dropping lower.
NQ.
Hasn't broken a swing low yet. What did you say about NQ?
I was gonna say that 550 is gonna have to wait on NQ.
Mm-hmm. That might be the divergence if the bears want to step in now.
Yeah.
Nasdaq took that pre-market high at 24,500s. ES did not take 6,700. ES back at that 9:30 open.
This is crazy.
Just another day in the life.
Day in the life. See, so sitting sidelines so far is paying off.
Right now, yeah, I don't like it when we have a divergence like that. Either.
Yeah, now I have the 4-hour chart pulled up and I'll be watching the 4-hour going into 10 a.m.
Yeah, like that's not a bad idea. So then the start of the 4 hours around 350, and then maybe wants to have just a come back into the 4 hour FEG if it creates one. Hmm. That would
Isn't
be
there
my
technically one
idea.
now?
Hmm?
Isn't there already an FVG now?
We have to wait for this to
To
close.
close, yeah, yeah.
4 hour, yeah. Like if it closes here or like just above 265, something like yeah. And honestly, yeah, that lines up with near yeah, that those 15-minute lows are the lows of this 4 hour candle. I wouldn't mind if we drop into there. As long as honestly, I just want to keep London low intact though. If we drop to London low, then I'm really just gonna be like, back to the drawing board.
Yeah. I mean, looking at the 4-hour on ES, if it looks anything like this by 10 a.m., I mean, it looks really good for a short back down. I would have liked to see us tap into the 9 EMA first, see what we would do, but it's just really weak right now. Still have a lot of time though till then.
Mm-hmm. True.
So we shall see.
Yep, bears are stepping in there. Cool.
Dude, look at the hourly candle on ES, YM, RTY all look so ugly.
Yeah, those upper wicks don't look that
Mm-hmm.
good.
No, they
Don't
don't.
look good. Mm-mm. All right.
Yeah. I think it's really important to be mindful of the different time frames, to also be mindful of the different indexes, as well as, being able to pivot your thoughts on the fly. Because, essentially I came into today being like, I'd like to see a gap fill. Well, we're almost 10 minutes into the open and it's kind of been just like a nothing burger so far. And so you have to be ready to be able to be like, okay, maybe bulls don't have what it takes to push us higher, and maybe then pivot to start looking for potential shorts, um, or vice versa. Either way, um, I think waiting for the 10 a.m. candle is probably the best thing to do right now. Give the market time to kind of figure out what it wants to do. This divergence here is not very enticing to me to get into a position just yet. So yeah, no, I have
Yeah, I think
no problem
that
waiting.
the first close that ES didn't take out that um 5 a.m. high. So and Nasdaq did, and that just makes that's a bearish divergence at the moment.
SMT, right?
Yeah.
SMT. You're a 4-hour candle. Thanks, dude. You are too. Larry Pumpkin, I've just never been a 1 minute time frame kind of person. 5 minute is like lowest I'll go. $15-minute candle's looking ugly right now.
Oh, for sure, yeah. Looks like ES is going for that sell side. Nasdaq's also heading for those lows then. Pre-market lows.
Wait. I think. Oh wow. Wait.
Hmm?
Sorry, I'm talking out loud, but it looks like RTY double top there and sold off, whereas YM didn't even get that high up there to that 5:30 a.m. that you were talking about. So yeah, divergence there between the two of those as well.
Okay, ES just swept its minor sell side, those lows from 7 a.m. We would need to pick up soon, I would think, if we're gonna get back up higher. Otherwise, we might just end up, this might be might remain in control. We'll see.
Yeah, wow, ES is very weak. Guys, who here remembers that stat that I was talking about last week about the whole Friday doesn't break, Thursday's high day. Anybody remember that stat that I was talking about last week? Because it's panning out right now, it seems like.
What was your stat?
So if Friday, I was on with Stowe when I went over this, so it was
Okay.
sometime on Wednesday. Um, but if Friday does not break Thursday's high day, which we didn't on ES, then Monday we will revisit Friday's lows. And so basically, it's
Mm-hmm.
yeah, I don't know.
Did you get that from Best Loser Wins or Tom
Yeah,
Hawk?
yeah, yeah, yeah. And another
I
one
knew that
is
part.
if Wednesday's high is lower than Monday's high day, then Wednesday's low day visited Thursday. So it's like this thing that I've been just like keeping an eye
Mhm.
on. I'll be doing it this week, guys. So I'll keep chat updated
I
as I stream
remember.
throughout the week.
Actually, I don't know if that's in his book. It might be in one of his like seminars, his presentations.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know if it's in his book or not. I mean, I started to read it and then, chat kind of knows how I am with the books. I give up very quickly, but someone in my group just happened to share like the video where he was
Oh
saying
yeah,
it.
that's a bit. Yeah, it's a video. Yeah,
And
it's
as
not
he's
that
as
video.
he's saying it in the video, I'm confused as hell. I'm like, I'm trying to keep up. I can't. I'm not like I couldn't visualize what he was saying in my head, so I ended up writing it down. And it kind of took me a while to really understand what he was saying. But yeah, it's something I'm going to keep tracking to see how well it moves and or like how well it pans out, basically. Um, so yeah. Yeah, what's my lower yellow line on the 15? It's just a support resistance level that I drew. It was like off the 4 hour, I might have drawn it. Yeah, just something I had drawn here.
Yes, is remaining weak. All right. Nasdaq change in state of delivery.
I mean, ES seems to be the weakest of them all. And then I would say YM. NQ just swept that. What'd you say? It was minor sell side?
Yeah, see that's
Just
minor
swept
sell
it.
side. Yes,
Just
very
swept it.
remaining copy there.
All right, first 15 minutes of the day are now out of the way.
Yeah, you're right.
Time to see what we do in the next 15 minutes here.
Yeah, this is gonna be an interesting 4 hour here for sure.
Yeah. I am Serge is asking, or I am Sergi is asking, as a beginner, I would like to ask which market you would recommend to start trading.
Yes.
Yeah, MES is
Yeah.
your best bet.
Yeah, micros for sure.
Do not get enticed by the Nasdaq. Don't do it. It's a trap. Don't do it.
It's a trap, don't do it. Oh no. Yeah. I mean, the Nasdaq just moves really like 10 times faster. So,
Yeah.
and
Think
it
he's
likes to
toxic. Nobody talked to her.
exactly.
You could say that again, XY.
Does XY only trade? He trades Nasdaq too, though. I
Yeah,
think
that's all he
I've seen
trades,
him
I
in
think.
Nasdaq trades. Yeah. Okay.
She is toxic, though. He's not wrong.
Yeah, some people like toxic though.
This is true. Some people do. I mean, guys, I know sometimes it can be a little boring when we're on stream. We're not really taking a trade, but I hope that, this kind of resonates with you guys as to why we haven't yet taken a trade. And it's literally because there's nothing that has happened just yet. You could have been short here, but what would have been your reasoning? I mean, I didn't want to get caught in that opening drive or like that opening volatility. So yeah, some days it's better.
It's only been, yeah, there's plenty of New York Open left. So
Yeah.
it's about remaining
I mean, I
patient.
tweeted it this
Be a
morning.
sniper, not a machine gun.
I tweeted this morning. It's boring. Don't get me wrong. Sometimes, like, you want to get in a trade and you want to be participating in the market, but it's like, is this worth it? And for me, I don't think it is, and that's why I'm sitting out. But yeah, I hope this can help you guys as well, kind of just practice patience and just kind of chill out while the market also chills out. Going to bed in 10 minutes. Go
They might
do
be on
it.
a different time frame. They might be in a different time zone.
Yeah. Or they think this market's not worth it and they just rather get their sleep in.
I think that, for the Bulls to have an exciting open, they should have kept it above that pre-market high. But now I think that it's good that we're kind of consolidating on Nasdaq here. I still do think maybe I would love a sweep of the 340 level and then come back higher. Yes, I'd be okay if it sweeps 66.50s, 66.49s. I still have like an hourly there. I would say that would probably be the last line in the sand if it swept that 5 a.m. low at 66.49 and a quarter. So we want to see it soon. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, it looks like NQ's really trying here to hold that previous week low.
Made an equal low of that minor sell side from 650. Okay.
Larry Yu says you
Very
guys need to
below
take
that
more
now.
jabs. No, I'm not interested in taking any jabs in
Here
this
we are.
market right now.
Yeah. Let's see. For Nasdaq, I'd be interested in longs if we get back like above 24 413s. See what it does here. We have the next 4-hour candle opening in 7.5 minutes.
Oh, can't wait for
Okay.
that. So far, all the indexes 4-hour candles are an inside bar except NQ.
Which candle is an inside bar for everybody?
The 4-hour, except NQ's. NQ's swept the high of that.
Oh yeah, because the pre-market high there.
Yeah. Russell just double topped. I think it was like,
Yeah, it was really close to it.
yeah, 2 ticks off or something like that. Wondrous VWAP is good. I think it just, it's all preference. I used to use VWAP. I found it better to just remove it from my chart completely. But yeah, I think it's all really personal preference. There's no really right or wrong answer there. I mean, I know the order flow guys use VWAP. Pretty sure Farm uses it as well. Guys, we have 1,300 people watching. Be awesome if we can get some thumbs up going here. Be really
What's
helpful.
this range so far? Okay, 200-point range.
By the way, yeah, if you're seeing this, did you see that reaction off of that lower yellow level that I had?
Yeah, I see yeah, nice.
Like wicked right off of it on ES. See if it holds. Bing bong.
It's a 4-hour high, right?
Where I drew that off of?
Yeah, is that the 10 a.m. high?
No, it's just like an
Well,
old
it's
level
near
I
it too.
had.
Okay, well, it's also, I mean 10 p.m. high. Right.
Good to know though. Come on, buyers, do something. Anthony says, just for clarification, Selma, do you enter your trades on a 5 or 15-minute time frame? The time frame of my entry doesn't matter. It just depends on where I'm seeing my setup. So like, if my setup is on the 30-minute, then I'll take it off the 30. If it's on the 15, I'll take it off the 15. But I don't necessarily like have a specific time frame that I solely enter something on. But typically 15, 30-minute are like my go-tos. Damn, that was a nice reaction here.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see some more continuation. I want to see some
Yeah,
swing
that would be
highs get
nice.
broken with displacements.
Yep, definitely would be nice.
We are actually, so see how this goes.
Four-hour on NQ looks interesting. Lulu, our positions are not visible because we're not in a trade.
I'm about to get in a long, I think, right now. I just got in actually. This
Oh, okay, there
Nasdaq.
you go. Tanya's in now.
I'm about to get in. I'm in actually right now. That's what I meant to say. All right, let me put it up for you guys. All right. I really just like that displacement there on the 1 minute. And that was actually a really good wick down there. So, and I would probably want to get in some more, honestly.
Dude, that's a nasty candle on ES. That's a 20-point bounce. Holy. These moves are so big. The candles look so tiny.
True. Mhm. Drawing tool in. Mhm. I think this is a decent starter long right now. Yeah. I think I could probably get more though.
Let me see. I'm looking at your.
Yes. Yeah, no, it's a good starter long.
I mean, it looks good. Looks really good. All right, there you go. 4-hour candle has closed. New one has opened.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, I like that on Nasdaq, it closed above the short-term high. There was a tiny little FEG. ES also did make a displacement there on the 1 minute. On the micros, you don't really see it as much, but I'm sure it's on the 30-second or so, probably. I wouldn't want this, yeah, I wouldn't want this little low to get violated here.
What's your PT?
TP, or PT.
Oh, yeah. Wait, what?
Yeah, I say, yeah, you say PT, I say TP, but it's,
Did I say PT?
it's
I
two
thought I
different.
said. Wait, I thought I said TP.
I don't know.
Guys, what did I say? Now I'm confused. Someone rolled the tapes.
Okay. Um,
What's your take profit?
Need to see from here. It's like false move lowers from like here to here. So, I mean, wouldn't you love it if we gap filled? I don't know if I wanted to go for that though, but definitely like take profit at the new high of day, and hold some for more, for like some gap fill potential. Yeah, that's what I would do. Just take some off here. I would love to see like more somewhere I could add more to my position too, but I don't know if that's happening. Seems like it's just kind of curling.
I mean, NQ is holding that previous week low really, really good.
Yeah, that's kind of why I just went in here because I was like, oh, it'll come back there as well, the previous weekly low. Okay. Hmm.
I'm talking with the chat about this PTTP thing. I didn't realize I said PT, but I guess it still works, guys.
It works.
Profit
Take
target.
profit target or take profit.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to think about. I was like, what are those terms again? I knew that you could do either. Anyway, I'd love to see 420s break next and us close above 424 on the 5. Then we'll have an inversion on the 5 minute. It'll make things pretty fun. I do like that we've been wicking and curling up.
Oh,
Here's
there you go.
420s taken now.
Oof, nice.
Pretty nice pop there.
That is really nice. I'm watching the Russell 4-hour.
352s there. I mean, honestly, yeah, I would love to add because I think I could now just put my stop really tight.
It's really only NQ that's moving like this.
ES is perking up.
Yeah.
Yeah, now Nasdaq, you have a breaker block here.
There you
That's
go.
my stop loss essentially. It's at break even now, got a good long in. So let's see. Um, yeah, looks good. We're above that, all those levels I just called out a second ago. So that's good. Could retrace. I wouldn't really be surprised if it were to retrace down to here, like 420s again.
That was some great conviction though.
Pretty good.
I switched gears looking at the Russell now. I did set a short limit order a little bit above here. Want to see what happens. Anthony, I don't know where honestly you could really learn about Fibonacci. I mean, I've never really watched any YouTube videos or anything like that where I can just recommend something to you. It's more trial and error and
I
kind of subjective.
have a pretty good Fibonacci book. I forgot the name of it. Where is it?
Oh, there you go. Tanya's got something for you.
Secrets of Fibonacci Trading, Frank Miller. All right, I'm gonna add to my position here, I think. Just give it 1 second so I don't want if it comes back up here because I don't want
Oh,
to add and then
damn.
be in
No.
a bad position. If
Dude.
it comes back up to 420s again, I'm adding there. Let's see. Yeah, what
Oh,
else?
that would have been a great
Was that
short.
a news scandal? Might be scaring
Shit.
people, you know? Might be just scaring people. That's
Damn.
low. 51, yeah.
Well, I'm removing my
Get back
order.
above here.
Miss me.
Get back above. Then I'll add.
Oh, that's nasty what
All
they just
right.
did.
It's all right. It's not if it doesn't break that low. That's a nasty 30-second candle in the Nasdaq though. Ah, was it like 80 points? All right, let's get back here and I'll get back in it.
That was unfortunate.
Yeah, I know, right? But that might just be a pullback. It might be holding this. We'll see.
Nah,
Oh,
I had
okay.
a limit 2 points too high on the Russell for shorts.
Oh, okay. Oh, I thought you were trying to get long ES or something. Okay.
No, I was trying to get short the Russell just based off of the 4 hour structure. Um, and we had an inside 4 hour candle, but missed
Honestly,
me and went to my TP. So
I'm gonna put my stop a little bit, just a little bit more room because I'm looking at where I put it. It was like 350s, and I'm like, I don't want it in case it just wicks it. It's kind of pretty easy, even number, so I'm okay with having it there. It originally was all the way down here. Yeah, so worst case scenario, lose like 50 or $200 or whatever.
yeah, this is by the way, I don't know if you're looking at the chat, but Craig is posting news in the chat.
It was a
This
new
is,
scandal. What is it?
yeah. G7 is not there yet on releasing oil stockpiles. So basically, oil is ripping. Yep.
Oil's ripping.
Yeah. Wow, what a shame. I mean, Nasdaq is still holding really, really well. Let's
Yeah.
look at the heat map. What's keeping us up here?
Let's see. I'm still in my longs. Okay. And I wanted to add too, but that huge 80-point 30-second candle made me be like, okay, let me just wait until it comes back above 420s, and it hasn't gone there yet, but could get there soon.
Yeah, so Tanya, I know you don't monitor the chat, but Craig is saying that the rumor on the stockpile was the entire reason why we bounced overnight off those lows. And now they just came out and said that, they're not ready to release those stockpiles, which is why we're now dropping.
Mm,
So this can get ugly pretty quick.
it could. Well, my stop is pretty much like very tight there.
Yeah.
I trimmed it a lot from what it was before.
I mean, you definitely long the strongest index, so as
We'll
of
see right
this
now.
morning.
Yeah, what is that on the 15? Yeah, ES on the 15 looks quite bad actually. Nasdaq, very wonky. That makes sense then. Maybe I should just cut this right now. I'll cut it, and if it get back above, I'll re-enter. Yeah, I cut my longs for either $44 or break even. Okay, $22 I made. All right. Thanks for
Yeah,
telling
that's
us
lunch.
that. All right, yeah. Well, honestly, would have, yeah, just got to taken me out a second later. So cool. Saved me, eh, I don't know, $40, $50. Same thing. Okay, that makes sense then. That was a news candle. Happens. So now in the 15, let's see here. Let me move this. 15-minute, yeah, ES looks a lot uglier than Nasdaq. Okay, so we have to just hold that. That's a news. It's new news we have. Okay. We have new news, bearish SMT at the high. Nasdaq is back again here. Back below that previous weekly low, so that's not good.
Can we get a re-entry though for shorts? I'm upset about this drop.
Oh yeah, because you're trying to go short Russell.
Yeah, right idea. Missed it by 2 points. Rakesh is bearish today? No way. No, I don't believe that, Rakesh.
Okay.
Tanya, someone in the chat is asking if we can simplify SMT.
I only look at swing highs and swing lows, and easiest way is just go on the 15-minute. You can see that at 9:30, Nasdaq took that swing high, that 5:30 swing high, and ES did not. And you could use that to potentially, either stay safe. Like I didn't take a long right at the open because of that. Or, if you're bearish, that's your first confirmation of something happening.
There you go, SMT 101.
ES 15-minute, 1-minute breaker structure there. Let me go back to the one. This is a 1-minute now breaker. We might just fail from here and drop more. We'll see. I think if we're gonna stay really weak, then that's what we would do. And honestly, we haven't dropped that much on the Nasdaq. After
No,
that first
Nasdaq's
one.
looking good.
After that first one. It's looking okay, yeah. The 15 minutes definitely hanging around in that area, the minor sell side. So I don't want to, yeah. I'll get back into longs if it kind of confirms, but right now it's a 4-hour, maybe it wants to sweep a 4-hour low. But honestly, what I'm thinking about right now is, yeah, ES needs to perk up.
I'm trying to enter shorts again, but it's definitely
No,
much riskier
honestly,
now.
yeah, it could just a little scalp short from here, 350s to 313s. Could work out for people. Hmm. Go on the 1-minute again. ES. For shorts, I'd probably rather short ES than Nasdaq too. Like I said, though, I don't know.
Yeah.
Took a long, it looked really good. I thought we were gonna start, just running up, but that news came in, seems like. Kind of annoying. Why can't the news come in my favor?
If only it were
But it was
that
a good
easy.
entry, so I can't be mad. I got out at break even. Okay.
Yeah, no, it was definitely a good try. And it was looking
Okay.
good.
Yeah, Nasdaq's pretty awkward. It's pretty choppy. All right.
Let's see if the Russell does me dirty again. Oh my God.
Hmm?
I'm waiting to see if my order gets filled. Okay, well, while we wait for the market to do something here, Liquid Flow is asking, Salma, what strategy do you use? So I like to use the 9 EMA paired with fibs as well as key levels. And I like to trade basically false breakdowns and false breakouts. That's where I specialize the most. I basically like to look at how like a candle forms, how it closes. So basically like something like the 4-hour structure here that we had on the Russell. This is what I would basically look for to enter shorts, for example, or this is something that I would look for longs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like to keep it simple, like to keep the chart clean. And yeah, that's really it. Come on, not again.
What?
They just come so close to my entry and then just start doing what I wanted to do. A little bit annoying. Nasdaq's definitely strong here.
Yeah, at 10:11, ES made a new low of day and Nasdaq didn't, and that's what I'm kind of looking at that next. And we'll see if we actually get any strength here or not.
Mm-hmm.
You need to step in like soon.
I mean, it's definitely trying, that's for sure.
They're fighting for sure. It's going a lot of back and forth this morning.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of back and forth. Okay.
Yeah, I still think like on the 4 hour, Russell still looks good for lower, and it did it again. Oh, brother. Yeah, today, guys, is gonna require a lot of patience.
Just
You can
teasing
just
people.
tell, dude, there's no way it just did that. Like, come on.
What?
If we go lower, I'll just cancel this. Yeah, Alex, it's not fun when your idea is kind of panning out, but you're not in to take advantage of it. So, literally, we need elevator music.
Okay, 50 point, we got 60, a bunch of 60.1 minute candles on the Nasdaq.
Thank you, production. Okay, I'm in my short, but this is looking like it's got some momentum behind it. I'm not gonna get faked out. I'm not gonna get faked out. Damn, dude, Nasdaq is just parabolic. What the hell was that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that looks really interesting to me.
Yeah. I mean, it clung on to that like previous week low, like there was no tomorrow.
Yeah, it did. It did. Well, came a lot there.
Yeah, Lynn, I agree. The only reason why I did still re-enter and I'm still okay with this is again because I'm basing it off of the 4 hour, and sometimes that takes a while to pan out. I'm not a scammer, bro. I'm reading the chat and I'm talking and I said scanner, but I'm
Scanner.
not a scalper by nature, so
All right, I'm trying longs again for Nasdaq. You're not a scalper by nature.
yeah, like Tanya will get into these longs. It can work out. She'll take profit and then I'll still be in this position and it will still work out. We've had that happen so many Mondays. Bro, your mama, yeah, I'm freaking trying to say scalper, reading the chat. It's not good. Yo, mama. Um, Tanya, what are you targeting ultimately with this long? Is it
I would
gap
love a gap
fill?
fill. You
Okay.
had it at least, but I would love a gap fill.
Yeah.
I feel as though that was enough that like other fake out, like, when I got out break even, I feel it broke like a 1 minute swing low, faked out enough people. What I liked was that at I did notice, remember at like 10, 11 or something, whatever, ES made a new low of the day, Nasdaq didn't. And then, we just had a nice leg push up. So I just longed a retracement back into that inversion that we created there. So that's what I just did. It's just like I longed that retracement. We broke back above that huge candle that like was that news candle. So I'm just like kind of getting back. I just longed retracement there. And yeah, we'll see how this goes. Um, but no, what I want, I'm trying to do something like to make for the targets, like you said. Um, is that I'll look at some standard deviation projections.
Semis are going green here, which makes sense why the Nasdaq's pushing. Nvidia went green on the day, so did AMD. And then you have AVGL also 2% on the day.
Mm-hmm.
When I checked the heat map like 10 minutes ago, Nvidia was red, so
Mm-hmm. Makes sense. Oh yeah, let me put this bigger. All right. Gotta see ES and Nasdaq take out this next swing high soon.
dude, these candles, these wicks are wicking.
Yep, that's true. That is true, but I put my stop at a swing low and I'm pretty comfortable with that there.
Yeah. I think it'll be okay as long as that previous week low is held. But obviously you don't want it to get down that low.
We've held that a couple times now. And it's so previous week low is 352s. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that's pretty much where we perked up again. So that's pretty much where that's my stop is actually.
But I mean, it's been
Honestly, I
really,
don't
really
want it
good
to revisit
support.
it. So
Yeah, for sure.
maybe I'll put a couple just like a couple points lower. It's on the Nasdaq. It is at like 351 or something. I have it in micro Nasdaqs right now. So but I do think that, ideally this 382s hold. Let's see.
It is really trying though.
376, honestly. 370s, 375s. Ideally, we hold that and that's it. Hopefully we make another short-term high soon. Okay. Yeah, it also targets 600 on the Nasdaq. I think that's a good level.
Yeah, previous day low.
Mm-hmm.
605-ish.
Pretty much, yeah. So I'll just put a round number at 600s. Okay, let's see if we get some more upside.
Wonders, I always trade micros. Very rarely will you ever see me trading minis, so yeah, there's no decision on that for me.
Mm-hmm.
Just feel more comfortable with micros. And that way, even if I'm like sized in, let's say with 10 micros, I can at least like scale in, scale out, whatever, leave my runners. I have a little bit more flexibility doing that. It's also easier to do that when you're on like a prop firm account versus your own, because if you're trading your own, then obviously you got to take into account like all the commission fees. Whereas like on props, yeah, there's commission fees, but like it's simulated money that you're not even really caring about it much. If that makes sense.
I'm just gonna add one more. See, to start getting some upside soon here. What I added, I'm gonna just put a stop at that. It's like a pyramid entry. I'll put a stop for that one at this low. I'm gonna add one more. Okay.
The 30-minute on NQ is just straight up barcode.
All I can do is wait right now.
And chat's with you, they think we'll rip.
I'm waiting for it. It's like revving the engine before takeoff, Feels like.
It's this 425 level on NQ. It's what's really acting as some kind of resistance here. If you look on the hourly, we haven't had an hour close above it. I mean, 4 hour, we've kind of just been respecting it. Let's see what's the 30 minute. 30 minutes a little bit mixed. But yeah, I think if
On the
within the next
remain
25
chilly.
minutes,
Yeah.
what is it?
I'm just gonna go to the 1 minute right now to remain more chill. I was on the 30 second ago. Okay.
I'm dead. That's how I feel with like the 5 minute.
Okay.
A little bit more chill.
Let's get back above 450s. It'll be lovely. And we could really spool to 526. Like a new hive session. Yeah, let's get back above that 830 open at 452. Ideally. Let's see.
Yeah, Sean, I think we were all expecting way more violence at the open.
Mm-hmm.
Instead, we got chop.
True.
Chop, chop, chop. Oh, God. Honestly, I might end up holding this probably well after the stream if we just continue like this.
Yeah, I believe in Nasdaq. Let's go, Nasdaq. Let's pump. I'm in longs. Oh, yes, it's perking up actually
Yeah, it's trying.
a little bit. Mm-hmm.
It's definitely trying.
It needs to try harder.
It's funny.
Just do it.
Yeah, I am enjoying the dark charts. For definitely easier on the eyes. Here you
All
go,
right.
Tanya.
All right, we're past that 450 level. Let's get to 520 soon. Okay, now I can trail all my stops up to here. So I can cancel that. Trail all my stops up.
You got the Dow and the Russell also trying to move a little bit here.
I like that ES and NASDAQ both are above that 1004, 1005 high, 1006 high. I like that. That there's no divergence there. So, yeah. Let's see this new high day.
Pumpkin for me, my general sizing is usually anywhere between 3 to 10 micros, 10 being like a lot for me, and then, 3 being where I'm most comfortable with starting a position. Tanya Larry's asking, what is your general sizing with micros and or minis?
Probably like somewhere from $500 to $750 risk.
Oh, okay, you base it off risk.
Right.
There you go, almost there.
We tapped those 450s. It looks good. We came back up higher again. I'm expecting new hive session soon. Let's see it, chat. I know a bunch of people are also agreeing, so we'll see if we get it. I'm like ready to, as it's going through it, I'll take more partial. I'm gonna sell like the ask because I feel as though it could potentially like really burst through it and then go higher. So I'd rather catch the upper side of that than just putting a sell limit, adding more to the sell limit here. So
523 is the 9 EMA on the 4-hour.
525, 25. I'll put this a little lower. Yeah. 523 is a 9 EMA for what?
On the 4-hour.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Hopefully we don't lose any momentum here. I think it'll be okay. Looks good. Oh, it better not be teasing us. Where's the 10 a.m. open? What's that? Here. Okay, cool. I like that. My stop's pretty much at that 10 a.m. open. Around it. Okay.
455.
For Nasdaq.
Yeah.
The 10 a.m. open is 370. 24 370s.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry. I'm an idiot. I was looking at
No
completely
worries, no
different.
worries.
I see. Okay.
ES, get back above your 930 open. 930 open for ES is about 81.5. See, is Nasdaq above its? Yeah, it is. Okay. We might have a little retracement, but it'll be good. All good. Might come back to this 450s again. We'll see. If it does, I really just want it to wick it. I don't really want it to stay there too long. It's been enough back and forth.
You tired of it yet?
You gotta be so patient when you're a trader.
For sure.
Oh,
Yeah.
patient. All right, maybe now. We're gonna get it, chat. We're gonna get it. This next candle, hopefully. Let's see.
It's definitely trying for you. Yeah, it makes sense why Nasdaq is so strong. You just have Micron went green on the day, and then Nvidia, AMD are pushing higher than when I last spoke about them.
Okay.
So semis are hot right now. W's in the chat for Tanya.
It's not there yet. Don't jinx me. Don't jinx me yet.
Well,
Not
they're
there
posting
yet.
the W's.
Not yet. Not yet. The trade's not over yet. Just focus. Let's just focus. Mm-mm-mm. Mm-mm-mm. Come on, Tom. 15 more points, Nasdaq. You got it. And ES. ES is like holding now decently at 930. Okay. That's what I said. All right, here, went through this new high day, first target hit, and now I just hit sell also, took more partials as it was going through that. And I'm gonna trail my stop to the last swing low, which is gonna
Nice
be
job.
here. Gonna be just trailing. Yeah. Okay. Let's go, people. Good job if you took that long also. We had faith in the Nasdaq. We did. Okay, let's see if it wants to push more. Let's see, let's see. It's breaking new highs. I like to just trail aggressively at that point. Now, because ES is actually, not at the new high day yet. It should be soon, ideally. See if we could, yeah, get that to that previous day low. Start filling that gap. So, if so, then I would want it just to spool from here. Yeah, don't want it to. Let's think about this. New high. Let's see. I'm watching ES.
Good trade, Tanya.
Thank you, thank you. All right, let's see. Up 120 points right now on the Nasdaq. Let's see ES break new high of day in the next couple minutes. That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, we consolidated, spooled enough, so stop will be break even. Honestly, I don't think we should retrace to there. Okay. Yeah. All right. So this is now the FEG at that new high of day, what we made there. So if Nasdaq retraces, I would want it to stay within this. And I wouldn't want it to invert this back to the downside. Then I would probably get rid of my runners. So I don't want Nasdaq on the 1 minute to like close below 510 area.
ES about to make new highs here.
Yeah. Looks good. Yeah. About it. Yeah, there it is. ES new high day as well.
Damn, looks like the Russell and YM want to go with it. Russell's really close to new highs on the day.
Mm-hmm. Looks like it.
Guys, let's get some likes on the stream for Tanya's trade. Got a bunch
hit
of
that
people
like
watching.
button. We didn't give up on the longs. Took good partials so far, and we'll see if we get more follow through.
Sam says he liked it 3 times. Thanks, Sam. You're a real one.
You're a real one, yeah, for sure. Happy I could stay focused and relonged. Okay.
Yeah, definitely a good trade.
One, two, three.
Dividend Cake says, Salma, why not flip long? Honestly, I didn't see the setup for it. Maybe off of the 30-minute on the Russell. Probably, I could have potentially tried this here, but I was taking the short off of a higher time frame, so I didn't want shorter time frame noise to kind of get in the way. But yeah, it definitely worked out for Tanya. I think the setup on the Nasdaq looked completely different than the Russell.
Yeah, Nasdaq was definitely the strongest one, which is why I long Nas.
Yeah, 100%.
Pretty strong candle still on the Nasdaq. Haven't really had a candle close on the below previous candle's low yet on the one. So this is looking still good.
Yeah, I mean, RTY is definitely following suit here.
You know what? I want ES to go to its yeah, ES needs to go to its like 6 p.m. high. I mean 5:30 a.m. high. Yeah, let's go. ES should get to 6,700 soon.
If it doesn't, that would be SMT, right?
We already had an SMT there, so that's why I'm kind of like thinking that it's gonna invalidate that, since that
Oh,
was
okay.
short from the morning and we retraced to where I kind of wanted it to retrace.
Right.
And then, so I'm thinking that we should go and start filling the gap.
That makes sense.
And that it should just, it's a little lagging, but it should catch up soon. I think I like that ES bounce on the 8:30 open also just a couple of minutes ago. So, like I said, we haven't really had a 1 minute close below previous 1 minute candle. So still remaining pretty strong here, consolidating above the highs of the session. So I expect some more upside here soon.
YM back at its previous week low, previous day low.
Okay.
And then ES just hit its weekly open.
Nice, nice. Looks good. It's 10:53. See if we can get one more push into 11 a.m.
Yeah, again, we haven't been able to close below previous 1 minute candle close. We're still staying pretty strong. We'll see what this candle does in the next 30 seconds. If it does, I might just take like one more off the table to secure more profit. We'll see. Oh, looks good. All right, let's go. Let's see some more up. Let's see some more green candles to the upside.
Tanya, let the others, let us eat too.
I feel like the Nasdaq gave a lot of chances for people to kind of go long, so that's why I'm kind of like, let's just start spooling higher already.
Yeah, I mean this
What I
stalling
was
here.
Hmm?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that my first long I was at actually before 10 a.m. and sometimes it just needs to take out some more sell stops a little bit. So after 10 a.m. it made another divergence there. And then yeah, we popped back above. I really like that when I said we need when I was still holding, I was actually in some drawdown for like 5 to 10 minutes, but it didn't really bother me because I knew that I was longing in a premium of this leg up higher. So, my stop was at the swing low, I was chilling, but said that we wanted to close above, get back above 450s. We did with this candle, and we did quickly get back up to here. We're getting some retracement here into this 1 minute. We'll see what that looks like here. I would love it to wick that, yeah. Not really come back again. Let's see this 1 minute. Do we go into it? It's that low. 530s, 530.7. Not really, not yet. Didn't go by like a little bit, but wicked this upper one. See, it's 10:57.
I'm excited to see if the guys took any trades
Oh yeah.
and they
Same.
come on.
Right now we got that little closure below the previous 1 minute close, but like I said, that was a really nice wick. So now I actually would love to, yeah, we're coming back up higher above this high, and that'd be great. Did ES get to that? No, not yet. Didn't get to 6700s yet.
I mean, one tick away, one tick shy.
I know, right? It's what makes me paranoid sometimes. I'm like, oh, they're just doing that to like bring us down and bring us take it out later. I want to take it out now.
Yeah, it can get tricky.
All right, let's see here. I'm gonna see what this next 30-second candle does. If it holds 550s, we're good for Nasdaq.
What's up, guys?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, good morning.
How'd you guys do?
But pretty good.
Sitting in drawdown right now. My only trade of the day.
I got in longs in Nasdaq around like what was that? 958, and then that 1007 candle came back down. It got out that break even. Then I tried longs again around like 1025, and those are going well. Hit my first target. Now we're waiting to see if we're gonna get that like gap fill to the upside.
Yeah, I was pretty bullish once we held the previous week low for like a second time during RTH, pretty much on NQ, and I got long at between 360 and 380s, and then I got trailed out like right here in like the 460s. I was trailing too aggressively on my last two, so I got tapped out. But I do actually like this to continue to push. As long as we're holding like 440s to 460s, like I think we'll rotate higher, and you know, the sky is not falling would be the theme of today, I think.
Yeah.
Jack,
And
good morning.
on that note, I'm just taking one more partial off the table as the momentum's died off a little bit here. Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
I'm currently in gold. That's the only position I have active on, but I got limits below us. Man, I mean, I would say the first 15 minutes, once again, pretty boring considering what I thought we would do relative to the overnight session. I mean, oil was up 20% last night, and here we are like it's just a casual Monday. So volatility, I'm really surprised it's still of the contraction here. I do think the hold this morning in the bid continues to be on the higher time frame a better look than it should be. I got limits below us right now in the ES at 66, 77, 75 and 24,483 in the NQ. So I'm going to be trading to the upside until we get like 24,620s in the NQ. That's kind of the upper level of resistance I have. And for the ES, it's a 67.09. But I mean, it's looking like a two-sided trade. You'd think we would get a one-sided move one of these days, but it really hasn't been the case. We have yet to see like a really bad breakdown. So
what was your level of resistance there in NASDAQ?
So I'm looking at the 50% retracement. That's where I'm getting that level. It's at 24,620s. And
Okay.
the RTH 50% retracement short from the high of Friday. And the ES's equivalent is a 67.0975.
Okay, fair enough. Cool. All right, then. Good luck, you guys, and good luck, good trading. And I'm gonna head out. And
All right.
see you guys next time.
Ciao.
Yeah,
Have a
good
great
luck,
day.
guys.
Bye.
Bye,
Thanks,
chat.
y'all.
Bye, Tanya.
Bye.
Good morning, Nick.
Good morning. Good morning.
I saw you
Jack.
have reached 1,000 people on your free course. Congratulations. That's a
Thank you.
decent amount of eyes.
We're just under that. So everyone's been awesome and feedback's been really good. So if anyone who's taken it and has gone through it, I appreciate it. But yeah, Jack, I think we were on the air when the oil reversal kind of kicked off when the initial Iran headlines kind of were piling in about whatever 10 plus days ago. Yeah. And we almost have doubled. I mean, oil basically doubled since then, which is insane.
Yeah, it's been incredible. I tell you what, I almost never trade the MCL, but this is a totally different environment. It's like the lowest notional value futures contract I've like ever dabbled in. Back when oil was around, $50, $60, the MCL, torturous to trade. I mean, it moved. I think it's so small that it was like, what am I even doing trading this thing? I mean, a dollar move in the MCL is $100. But earlier today, I was in an MCL position. I was in a long, and we had a $5 move in about 3 minutes. I was like, well, you know what? It's time to put the old CL contract away and bust off and dust off the old MCL. So, it's a great product because it does have different contract sizes to trade. Like any account size can kind of trade it, but and that CL contract went from being a product I could trade to something at least in multiple lots. I'm definitely not trading. Like I mentioned, we had a $5 move. That's $5,000 in 5 minutes per single mini lot. Definitely wild.
Yeah, it's funny. Even with the indices last night, kind of seeing the spread and seeing the volatility to the downside, I woke up thinking, all right, well, we're probably just going to be scaling in a few micros this week, and it slowed down a touch, and it just seems like we're back to our regularly scheduled programming. It's actually liquidity is not that bad. ES is a little thin, to be honest, but overall, I haven't really noticed anything. Still trading minis this morning on NQ, but I was very prepared to size way down today.
Yeah. We just continue to see really lack of volatility, and it's been the same story since the beginning of the year. I thought war in $100 oil might do it, but nope, not there. Just whatever, trade the market in front of you. Still tradable, but I would love some volatility.
Well, thank you, everybody who's gone through the course. I appreciate the kind words. I may be adding a little version 2 with videos for anybody that can't read that much, but we'll see how much time I have in the next couple of weeks. As it's trading season. It's March. Hopefully the volatility is here to stay. I always laugh because I always seem to call my dad. My dad's birthday is like early March. So I always call him, and every year when I wish him a happy birthday, it always seems like he starts complaining that the market is in a correction during his birthday week. And we got that conversation last week when I gave him a call on Friday. So just makes me laugh. It's the problem with, I guess, being born in the first week of March. Did all the Easter eggs get found? No, there's two that have not been found. One of which I only added after our lovely friend Kane decided to brute force his way to find all of the Easter eggs. So I beefed up security on said eggs and decided to add one more as a hat tip to Kane. So happy hunting for those last two.
Is there a little prize in the egg, or is it just like informational?
Oh, they're just the equivalent of a shit post. And then one is just a nice message. They're all just jokes at the end of the day. They should just make somebody smile and laugh. Like I said, it wouldn't be some piece of content that I put out there if it didn't in some way add a little bit of humor for no reason, because that's just my personality. I really want to see, do we push up to previous day low? Jack, you said 620s?
Yeah. So yeah, 620s in the
yeah.
NQ.
Okay. I was going to say, that's kind of what I have. I wouldn't be shocked either if we pushed up to the March open, just a tad higher to like 680s. And then I would say we're so back once again, and we're going to continue to sit in this range. But as long as we hold last week's low, I think we're still in purgatory until we get a close below last week's low. Excuse me.
Yeah, I got 620 and then 680. So we've been chugging along pretty well off of this low. Right now my limits are below us, so I was going to buy pullbacks, but I can definitely see us falling from that 620 at least 40, 50 points before moving higher. I might actually just stick my neck out there and gonna do some
where do I have the NQ gap? That's a good question. Let me look. I actually don't have what last week's settle. It depends on what your definition is, because for the week close into Sunday open, I technically would use Friday's settlement. That's just me. But give or take, it's going to be sitting somewhere around that 640s to 620s to 680s. We'll call it somewhere in there is the actual gap. I can't eyeball it exactly because I don't have previous day close loading for some reason. 601, 650s. See, see, this is why they're in the write up for the course. I talk about gaps being stupid because everyone's got a slightly different interpretation.
I wish there was an easier way to change the timing of the turning the extended session on and off. On
maybe slightly losing Jack there.
Let's see here.
Jack, don't die on me, buddy. I need you. Might have lost him. So, Jack got white band. We'll miss him. He'll be back.
I'm here. I don't know what's going on.
There you go. Now I can hear you.
What did you say? I've never had internet problems until apparently the other day. I don't know what's going on.
Italian guy, my DOM does not have like the orders per second or prints per second little thing. I did that just so people could kind of understand visually the difference, because you don't know, like, come on, I'm rendering a GIF at the end of the day on that. And yes, it is GIF. It's hard to actually see how fast it's moving. So I was trying to literally show you visually like the true difference of how I would see it. So had to kind of get it to render that way, so you could just logically understand a faster tape. Like you would see the one on the left is more like Globex in theory, or the middle of a random grind up stalling consolidation, and the other difference would be something you would see on a more normal faster tape.
All right, loaded my order up. 24,617 quarters actually, I think. But I see it's like, a little bit of a front run of that 420 level.
I seem nice and chipper today. Did I get a workout in? No, I tweaked my back on Saturday and the baby decided to cry at 1 a.m. last night. So I'm running on fumes here. You're seeing me just operate on vibes this morning. So I'm going to try to work out this afternoon if my back will not feel as crappy as it does.
How do I get colored candles? Are you referring to like the yellow bars you see on my screen? That's just a code. The yellow bars on my screen are like in the ES or the NQ, is when the average true range exceeds 150%. But that's just a code I have if that's what you're wondering why they're colored. But I am assuming everybody else has green and red candles. So I'm sure that's not the question you're asking about. And then what happens to my stops when I lose my internet? They're server side OCOs. So I do think I have had, it hasn't happened to me in a while, but like usually before, if they're not server side OCOs and you get like a fill on your target, your stop doesn't go away. Or if you get, I believe that's not an issue. It just cancels. But yeah, that's the difference between native and server-side OCOs.
European profit taking in 10 minutes. We had daylight savings time yesterday, so I believe that Euro closes an hour later. But any of our friends across the pond, if you would confirm or deny that,
yeah, that always throws me off, the daylight savings. And
I know we're weird. We do it at different times than our European friends,
right? So like,
they do, but like not the same week, which is just stupid.
Yeah, I mean, come on, you should be doing what America does.
Yeah. Yes, thank you, all of our friends across the pond. Yes, an hour and 15 minutes left. So Euro close is not for over another hour.
All right, my gold finally coming back to my entry here, about 20, 30 points away from, I'm either going long NES or long ES or short NQ. I don't know which one will trade first, but there goes gold. I'm gonna bring my gold. My gold's the only position I have on right now, and it's currently, I've run out of screen space when I'm looking at multiple products. So I'll stick her right there until one of these gets filled. How are you getting it to that shotgun if you have a break in? It's pretty hard to break in to where I live, but I can reach that shotgun if I need to. Yeah, I don't know if Chicago's changing their time zone just for traders. That'd be kind of ridiculous. I mean, everybody across the United States should do the same, and then we'd all be waking up in the pitch black, which I've had enough of personally.
Yeah, my brain was so backwards this weekend when I was like explaining. I was like talking about it with the wife and saying like, "Oh yeah, great, I can run again in the morning because it won't be pitch black at 6 a.m." Little did I know, I thought about it backwards in my head, which is like, no, actually, it's gonna be light out an hour later than even it is now, not an hour earlier. So in fact, you're gonna have worse visibility at 6 a.m. if you wanted to go run. So I'm an idiot.
It's a Remington, not a Winchester. It is from the 40s though. All right, about to get filled on this Nasdaq. We'll see if it gets a reaction here. I definitely want to see a move down to at least 24,550 area from here. So
I can't believe I got trailed out of my long. I'm so butthurt. Now I don't want to chase. What was I using to trail it? I just visually, I was just trailing, kind of thinking that this 450s, 460s spot that we were talking about, like, was going to continue to hold. So I had it. Oh, I mean, I guess it did, but I trailed aggressively under the lower mid and it got tagged. So that's just annoying. How many points usually in my stop? Somewhere between 10 and 15, typically. I didn't realize you were in a long. What was your entry? I scaled in between 360 and 380s as we were holding previous week low. So this little second attempt here, and then I kind of scaled in, and then, I mean, we shot up 100 points within probably about a minute after I entered that trade. And I got one off there and then trailed out of my other two at 460. So I shouldn't complain. It's still an 80-point trade on each.
Banger.
But for some reason, Jack, in my brain, when I entered that trade, I was like, okay, we push above 420s, 440s. Like we get some build above there. This is going to be gap fill. This will be a nice trade. But suddenly I was like getting away from that idea and letting my stops play out because I wanted to trail aggressively.
Yeah, I was almost too tight on that too. I actually had an entry in the Nasdaq around like 23,390s, but I'm using auto brackets, which my first target gets hit, my stop moves to break even. And so I hit my first target, my stop moved to break even, and the remainder of the position did not fill the runner on there. But that was a great trade on the breakout morning triangulation. No new sellers down on that low, that 420 level we've been talking about for how many, how many weeks here? That's just another test of it. That still remains my higher time frame line in the sand. If we, start getting daily closes below 24,420, I do think this market is in for a bigger sell-off, but once again, holding.
Guys, the OR low and the week open is at 430. So this 420 spot, as we said, and I've made this joke, but we just continue to be trading between 420 levels. That's the way the market works, apparently.
The market is high.
The top edge, like we can go to this balance range. The top edge of this box, basically 420. The bottom of this box, basically 420. Coincidence? You be the judge. I did not draw this box. This is a math equation that occurs for balance ranges.
Yep. And it's going to break out on 420. So April 20th, be prepared for the breakout of the 420 range. But until then, we are stuck.
I already have my set strategy, but curious, what strategy do you teach? I don't necessarily teach a strategy. My course is involved volume profile and reading order flow on the DOM, and using like delta by price is what that free course was designed. So that's just how I trade. I wouldn't say that's what I teach other people to do, but since me and the boys have been doing NT Live, there's been a lot of questions and curiosity on just how we kind of read the tape. So now there's a full write-up on how I do it, which is going to be a little different than how Leo does it, a little different than how Stowe does it, a little different than how XY does it, but we all still trade around the same various concepts. But 95% of what I do, as far as finding things, is exactly what you're seeing on the chart. A longer time frame candles, a volume profile, and market generated information type levels. And then you're watching for executions around those levels on the DOM to push you in and out of a trade. Yeah, I don't know how much I'll see what the training videos would be like. That would be a long build for me, because otherwise it's just me recording voiceovers for annotated charts. If I did it, I might want to I saw a really cool, if I ever did it, again, this might take a lot longer than I envisioned, but have you ever seen, Jack? Maybe you have like those whiteboard instructional videos where it's like almost someone's like hand drawing things and explaining and annotating. Like I weirdly would, if I did it, that's how I'd want to do it. So the sketches would be rough, as in like I'm hand drawing like a D-shaped profile, some candles and things, and showing visually what I'm talking about, but doing it more hand and pen style, writing it out that way, just to give a different flavor than kind of the more typical charts that we saw. I think that's a better way to visually walk through it. At least it would be for my brain. So if I did it, it's going to probably be something like that.
Yeah.
And that would take time, because that's a lot of drawing, editing, and things. But hey, we'll see.
And you got to get yourself a whiteboard.
That's true.
How much time did you put into making all that content? I mean, I've made content before, man. It's laborious.
Once I used Claude to help me like organize my thoughts into whatever. There's like 40 modules, so 40 sections of structure. And then I probably had about a little more than half of that as like partial entries for my playbook, just partially written that were going to be different chapters for painting the tape. And since I never put it out there, then, having at least a structured learning management system architecture, like I could suddenly figure out, okay, now I need to write a section about this or a part about this. So it just allowed me to actually put something that made sense onto paper versus just scattered thoughts, which is kind of how it originally was. But it took me even after I had the structure, like 2 weeks of actually writing it and finishing it, and then the polish. And then I didn't know shit how to build a website, so Claude helped me with that.
Yeah, someone asked me, why am I shorting the NQ again? I don't know where you're getting again from, but this is the first trade I've taken here on the NQ short at these levels. And it's the 50% retracement short from the prior day's regular trading hours session high to the regular trading hours session low of the current day. And that is exactly the same sequence we sold off from Friday. Friday, there was what I would consider to be, a retracement of the Thursday RTH high to the Friday RTH low was the absolute ceiling all morning, all day long for the NQ. And this is simply just the next measured fib sequence in that. And I would expect us to eventually get down to 25,550. Otherwise, there is a potential we get up to 24,680s. If that's the case, so be it. I have multiple targets staggered. We'll just have to see what happens. If I've been in the trade for 25 minutes and it's not moving my direction, I'll probably take it off. But yeah, it's the setup I'm looking for. I got an oil level. I do see oils coming down here. I actually have a level to short. I was trying to short oil, but we're just kind of losing it. But 94.34 is my next support level below us in CL, 94.34. So if we bounce off 94.34 in CL, I'll probably actually look for the next pullback to go long. But no man's land for me right now in CL. Yeah, play YM. I have not really looked at YM yet today.
Yeah, I haven't either. What is YM doing?
Bitcoin.
Nice.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. Oil's only up 5% on the day after being, I believe it was up 25% or more last night.
oddly enough, I texted my brother shortly after 5 p.m. when Globex opened, and just said, not that I'm saying to do it, but if I was thinking about doing something, I might open a teaser swing short in oil above 115s.
Totally. I mean, that's a market. I was actually looking at which is something I rarely do. I was looking at the further dated futures contracts. I went out to the December contract in oil last night because I'm thinking if you're a U.S. producer, these prices are gravy train for you.
Right.
You are selling futures contracts. This is one of those cases where those U.S. producers
the actual
are really not
hedging mechanics and different things that have existed for physical commodities for a long time. The whole point of this, outside of just speculating like we do.
Exactly. The whole reason it started, this is it. So the spread between the December futures contract and the current contract was like $50 last night. So pretty incredible to see that. I've never seen that. This, I think, last night at some point in time was the largest percentage gain in one day in the history of CL. It was one statistic, and not only on top of the largest percentage gain, it was also the largest dollar gain ever in oil.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. I was talking to, so I have a friend of mine who's just an absolute beast of a human being trader. He's probably top 10 retail traders in the world. And he made 8 million on that silver short. And I texted him, I was like, I imagine you're getting ready to short oil. He's like, it. I was like, I haven't talked about what his position he's taken, but we were talking last week, and that's the type of market that traders who, are at the top, that they're going from never trading oil to stepping in there, and they understand the event that surrounds it. It's kind of binary in its outcome, and sooner or later, things that go to the moon come back to Earth, right?
Yeah, and I know we saw this with silver, because I know there were plenty of people ready to step in front of the freight train and call top prematurely, and they got ran over. I weirdly felt like this is slightly different, given that it's a commodity that's in just about everything and anything at all times. It's a little different than silver. I just weirdly did not feel like we were going to have the absolute blow off top continuation the way silver did, but we'll see. I don't know.
Oh, the speed of the move, and the reason, silver was more of a momentum trade, building, versus CL was an abrupt, very fast increase in price.
It's like a, whatever you want to call it, a vol event, basically. Something happened. It wasn't like this is just, just
you had different. A 50%. I think silver was up by 40-50%, a little bit over a month. It took, and then oil was a week,
catalyst,
for 6 trading days.
Black swan, that's a better way to probably even describe it. Just a specific event catalyst that kind of pushed it over the edge, blew out some positions, I'm sure, to open the week. But man, it was funny because I got gas at Costco 2 weeks ago here in Texas for $2.50 a gallon. And then I was getting groceries and saw it was already over $3.30 before we even opened. This was Saturday. So yikes. But good to see that it's not sitting at 120 again.
Yeah, I'm messing around here. I just placed a limit for CL for maybe a reversion, just real tight.
Suspicious profit, thank you. And people were asking, guys, the course is pinned to my Twitter. It's just sitting right there, and it's completely free. It's absolutely free.
Please play YM in the event. I Chris Fisher, some of the acronyms you're using, I'm not sure what they are, to be honest.
God, I can't believe I'm not still long. 200 points ago. It's fine. I'm up, whatever, a decent amount today, so can't complain.
Never satisfied when it comes to trading.
I always feel this way on Mondays, where it's I'm just going to put just kind of feel it out. And then I scalp, and then the move keeps going in my favor, I get mad.
Hold
But
it
then
long.
you got to remember, it's
held
Monday.
It longer.
It's Monday. Like I feel much better just a couple shekels here and there on a Monday than I would me hitting a DLL to start the week on a Monday. So, which is like my least favorite thing to do. If I ever do that, I'm so pissed at myself these days. Just means I came out guns blazing and was a complete moron instead of just kind of feeling out the tape to start the week.
Oops. Just accidentally changed my chart there. I just do.
Stream side, then you must have missed my Thursday morning session with Jack because I was not making consistent profits. I was completely misreading the tape.
That'll happen.
Yeah, Thursday. It's just an annoying session.
We get some weird Thursday mornings. I'm like, man, pressure's off.
Why don't I jump back in? I mean, I don't know. I just kind of was waiting, I guess, for a better chance. I just didn't want to chase. When we were sitting up here, this was kind of a shallow pullback. I mean, I guess even looking at today's structure, that makes sense that you were looking for a pullback around 520s to get long. You missed the move off the previous week low, but I don't know. This is like the gap fill right here. Previous day close, Friday's settlement, sitting at 660s. So if we fill that gap, if we even call that a gap at this point, sellers could step back in there. We'll see. But NQ is crazy. Almost down from what? Almost 3% down last night to back to unchanged.
Yep. It seems like the overnight session is more interesting than the RTH session in the last few.
This turn with oil over 100 and things like that. I hope this doesn't turn. Well, actually, I do hope this turns into 2022. That'd be fun. Yeah, oil just continuing to be in free fall. We did hit 104 this morning.
Oh man, my job before trading was a long time ago.
Yeah, Jack, I don't think I even know. I mean, I think everybody knows what I used to do a few years ago, but did you have a real job that wasn't in trading or finance?
No, not really, dude. I mean, I've been trading for so long. I've literally never had an interview.
Wow.
Like, I mean, I swear, I think the last time I got a W-2 outside of trading was like a pizza guy.
Interesting.
Which that's a long time ago. Yeah, I mean, I started trading when I was a freshman in college, and that was 2008.
Wow.
So I mean, I actually dropped out of college to trade, and I've been trading since then. So I never, my LinkedIn says I'm a cat whisperer. Like, I've never applied for a single job. The first time I worked at I've worked at a family office, I traded at a family office, a couple billionaires. I think I've told that story before. I traded at a prop desk in Chicago, equity prop desk in 2014, worked at Tasty Trade, which was, that was in 2012. But those are really the last times I've worked for even somebody else within trading. There's a couple things, obviously I'm on Ninja now. I'm a little more out there with some of the ventures I have. I also do some consulting for different people that reach out to me. But yeah, I mean, as far as a job before trading, I can't really say I had one, like a real one. And 41 in cat years. Now I'm 36. So I've literally been trading since 2008. So it's like a long time. I mean, don't get me wrong. I had no idea what I was doing, but
I don't know why I thought you were younger, Jack. I didn't realize we were like the same age.
yeah. It took me about 4 years to make money. I made a bunch of money trading options and then proceeded to literally lose it all.
Yeah.
I thought I was so smart.
That sounds like me. The one smart thing I did do from like 2020 when options were just absurd, when I was like for the first time really day trading outside of being long only, was paying off a few debts post school, as well as like paying off my car, like taking one day's earnings from options and being like, okay, great. Let me just pay off my truck real quick. It was like the only smart thing I did before eventually losing the remaining gains in 2020. As far as day trading.
Yeah. I people say I look younger than I am. I like to joke and say I have a stress-free job. No stress here. Blood filtering in the Middle East. Yeah, no, totally. Maybe one day, as long as it's not sketchy. But yeah, we're coming off those levels I mentioned when I got on the stream, guys. 24,620. We dipped a little bit into them. 6709, 75 was my level in the ES. So finally kind of falling out of those. I do still see the potential of different variations of longs below us, but maybe like a 6685 half. The most aggressive thing I think you would see in the ES, I mean, we're moving into lunch here. So during that's another hour because of daylight savings, as Nick's mentioned. But my thought process begins, are we going to continue to see, is it more likely that we continue to see a rally through a gap fill in the doldrums of the day? Or is it more likely that we do a little bit of mean reversion and at least get back to the point of the breakout? And, as we approach the price levels that I'm anticipating to sell off from, and then you start looking at the clock and realize we got about an hour to lunch, I don't know. I think that move to the upside may be exhausted here, and we at least get back to the center, build some more consolidation, and then go from there. Yeah, I was interviewed to go on The Bachelor, but they denied me. But I did do a video interview with them. I do. It's just my name. It's Jack Gleason. Is my X account. Let's see here. Business duck for Nick. You got me and only me for right now. I'm just looking at this ES position it's kind of hard. I'm actually just moving some stuff over here. I haven't got this first target off in the gold market yet, but that's because the target's a little larger. I don't think you should be maxing out prop firms until you pass one. My theory on like prop firms is do one at a time. Do not bother maxing out your prop firm accounts. Otherwise, it's just going to get expensive. Because if you bust an account, you can make plenty of money on one account. Like, I think Tradeify is like max, like on their max size account. It's like $5K every 5 profitable days. Like that's $20,000 potentially a month. I would not be interested in, maxing out your accounts until you can prove that you can take it down. You're just going to end up spending a lot of money. Yeah, I mean, you don't even have to have a profit cap on it. It's just more of like the correlated risk until you're like getting paid out. There's a psychological aspect, I think, of them. I mean, if everybody talks about the gamification of those prop firms, and there is that going on, but if you treat it like a game, you can't. You got to remember at the end of the day, it still is money that you're spending, risk on the table. So the most important thing is to reduce your risk, and you reduce your risk by not having multiple accounts until you can prove that you can get paid from one.
Yes. I missed that, but I assume you're talking about props.
Yeah. Just not I just think diving in and trying to trade 5 at the same time without getting paid off of one is probably a bad idea.
Yeah. Especially if you have historically blown through sets of 5 consistently and have never really taken payouts. We'll focus on getting yourself, past the drawdown, paying yourself back before you're ready to continue to add it. Use it from gains. Like if you suddenly broke even because you got your first payout on one account, then great. Continue to do that and maybe try to rebuild slowly. Add additional ones, things like that. I think that the one bad thing about, props is like they teach you that you kind of feel like you need to trade every day, or that you need to constantly up your leverage and add more, spend more. But then people get in that habit where you're just constantly shuffling through evals and fundeds and playing this, how many payouts am I getting versus how much spending, but you're not actually building good habits. You're not actually building accounts. You're playing a cycle where you're hopeful that you're still profitable. Your payouts outweigh your cost to buy said accounts, which is that may actually be a positive revenue checkbox, but you're not actually learning how to trade at that point.
Yeah.
And if you have not had a chance, Nightbot is reminding us that there's no risk and a totally free entry into our $100,000 cash prize March Madness arena competition.
Oh, wow.
I believe I'm going to assume that starts maybe next week. No, it starts the week of March Madness. That makes more sense.
My goodness, 100K cash prize, boys. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a big number. When did the list just drop today? It's the first time I've seen it promoted.
I don't know. I don't know if I saw that one because I know we were talking about other March Madness ones, but 100,000 in cash prizes. There is a link from Nightbot pinned right there. So if you want to enter, feel free. I'm going to be glued that Thursday and Friday. There it is. 100 winners, 10 grand for numero uno. But yeah, I will be glued to the TV watching my favorite 2 days in sports that Thursday and Friday. First round of March Madness.
You got to watch your Harvard team win.
Oh yeah.
Are they in the tournament?
Oh yeah. We should be a 1 seed.
Oh really? Wow.
Yeah. Even if we lose on Thursday, because we're number 1 in the Big 12 tournament seeding. But if we lose that first round, I'm pretty sure we're still going to be a 1 seed anyway.
This ES so far coming off a little better than the NQ from this most recent peak. Down about 14 points off the high in the ES and 50 in the NQ. Oil, I may have been a few moments early on that CL long. It looks like we have officially bottomed here. At least temporarily. I'm not going to. That new sweep of lows, and we'll see if we can get back above $98. That low might hold for a bit. I'm going to keep an eye on CL, looking for a potential move back to the upside.
Trying to see what gold's doing. Not much. Kind of in a lull. Minus gold or minus crude. Everything else just kind of sitting here stalling.
The pace is pacing.
Are you guys using a book map? No, I am not. Jack?
Nope. Don't use it.
No, I look at depth of market different way. But nothing wrong if you visually need that to learn it. Thanks, Lito. Yeah, weirdly have always been kind of big on that. Take your trades, do something else. Especially learn from my mistakes of working a 9 to 5 while trading, and that you're trying to always watch trades as you're doing your job, which is just a recipe for disaster. Is my DOM static or dynamic? Dynamic.
Alrighty, CL. Place a little order here in oil, trying to keeping it really tight. I mean, really, the 1 minute ATR that I'm using is 86 ticks in CL, which is insane. That's like usually an hourly ATR, and that's a 1 minute.
Oh, is the new DOM available? I believe you can still get access to it, but I know we're going to be releasing the final plugin soon. So stay tuned. I'm not sure if Leo's on later. He should have the latest on what's going on. But I know he was doing write-ups.
We are holding some pretty aggressive bids in these indexes. All sorts of rumors of tankers going through the Strait of Hormuz. We're going to be in that headline market for a bit.
Mm-hmm. ES has still got a little bit to go for its gap fill. NQ's getting real close, depending on how you call it or eyeball it. But ES has still got more work to do.
Yeah.
Fiber optic, yes, that is still correct. Not this one.
Picking up a really tight long here in MCL. My target's going to go to break even. If I can get my stop will go to break even if I can get my first target. A little bit of sellers on this last pop here in the indexes. Tanker trackers. Thank you, Tracy. I actually just saw that on Twitter talking about that is going to be something to watch.
I've never seen tanker trackers. What is this?
Probably never tracked tankers.
I mean, I know I look like a massive like oil bull, and I used to talk about that all the time. But I can only really be long oil at any time. I hate shorting it. But I've never actually utilized any other public information that's out there to see some things that may weigh a trade here and there.
Suddenly, then all at once is basically how the oil market moves.
Mm-hmm. I mean, the amount of times, when I was doing the pre-market or not pre-market, the weekly prep on Sunday nights for everybody, we would get to oil and I'd start talking and it'd just be in the tightest range for months. And I'm like, there's not much to do here, guys. Play the edges or wait for it to break or trade something else. How much of an influence do gaps have on your trade, Nick or Jack? Not much, but this would be a scenario where I would at least lean into it as a potential target if I was in a trade in favor of that gap being filled. I would be eyeballing that for probably my runners and be happy to cover there if you got a complete move. But as far as taking trades purely based off that, like, oh, I'm only going long here because we're going to fill the gap, is not something I would ever do.
Yeah, with that,
It'd be like,
CL
I like
trade.
this long. I'm gonna target runners to the gap fill.
Thank you. Yeah, gaps kind of irrelevant to me unless they line up with something else I'm looking at. I'm never just specifically looking at a gap fill and buying or selling that gap fill because of we filled the gap. But if I'm aware that it's a potential resistance level. Now I'm selling the Nasdaq here, and I've been short since I mentioned it. I had a limit as we moved into the level. Stops based on the average range. First target the same. And that just happens to be like right around a gap fill. So great for me. The trade really hasn't gone anywhere. So I took a CL trade there real tight. First target, stop, move the break even, stopped out at break even +1. Took a trade again here in CL. You can see, I mean, it's moving fast. I'm risking about $400 a trade. Just hit that first target. You can see my stop automatically moves to break even there. And that's how this market is for me, at least. We're doing a lot of backing and filling, whipping and washing. So I've just been running this partially automated first target hit, stop, move to break even. Just keeps me, if I can get that first target hit, great. And then if I get all three of them hit, I really stay ahead. But if I get that first target hit, it just keeps me basically slightly above break even all day long. See if I can get this second target off in CL. This NQ short is maxing out my cortisol levels. Yeah, I'm being NQ mogged right now.
I know. I mean, Stowe said this on Twitter maybe yesterday. I think I'm getting old. I still don't even know what it means. I thought that was like a British slang term for the longest time, but apparently there's more to it for our lovely Gen Z and Gen Alpha friends out there that use that term.
Yeah. I mean, I'm only becoming more used to it because I get to stream with Salma, who explains these things to me like I am the boomer I am.
I've learned so much from sitting in the chat and listening to other traders talk about these type of terms because their audiences are different. Maybe I'm just getting old, guys.
That's a good question. I'm actually curious what the average, like what the audience demographic is on YouTube here. We should pull that.
That would be a good question.
Yeah, like, what is it between, what do they usually do? The polls 18 to like 25, 25 to 35, 35 to 40, or 35 to 45. And then I know we have people here from all ages. Yeah, I mean, you guys can tell us how old are you guys? Feel free to drop it in the chat. 25, still a kid. Sometimes that never, I hope everybody still has a little bit of kid in them and a little bit of joy in them for the rest of their life. Be mature, but act responsibility, but it's okay to act like a kid. 15, there we go. 15, 63. There's a spread. 67. Cool. Do a poll. Can we get a poll? Maybe they don't want to know.
Jack is 61 in terms of trader years.
Yes, I do my blood filtering in Dubai, but unfortunately I cannot go there anymore. So you will see me age very quickly now.
Are you you're blood doping like that one guy? Not blood doping. It goes back to, I just think of Silicon Valley now.
Kevin O'Leary.
Oh, all these tech billionaires, I feel like take plasma from 22-year-old
from babies
people.
No, what's his name? Brian Johnson.
Who's the guy that looks younger than his son?
Well, he takes his son's blood. I'm like, bro, that's crazy.
Just weird. Whatever.
Hey guys.
Good morning, Jim.
How you doing?
Pretty good. Great job today.
Thank you.
Crazy 24 hours though.
I know. It was one of those where I finished dinner, finally sat down and saw futures, and I'm like, what is happening? Did I miss a headline this weekend? My goodness. And then Finally got my lay of the land, I guess.
It was crazy. I logged in. I was actually on an airplane logging into my mobile app on the Sunday night open, watching the domes just go crazy. It was crazy. It was nuts.
Yeah, I feel like we haven't had a violent, chaotic Sunday night open like that in a while, so that was fun.
Yeah. But yeah, it happens every once in a while.
Yeah, oil move for the record book. That's cool. That's always cool to see. Just something that you've never. I feel like in the market, it's rarely at times where I've seen something I've never seen before, and in that case, oil gave me a new benchmark of something I've never seen before.
Yeah, no, I hear you, man. I mean, it's definitely a day for the record books here, and we might not be done yet. This is still going to be a very much news-driven kind of phenomenon.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it goes, but. In any event, great job today, guys. Let's give these guys a round of applause for their great job laying it out on the line for everybody and great conversation. That one's so much better than the golf clap, by the way. Oh, man. Any event, this afternoon. This afternoon, are either of you guys coming back? No, you guys are slacking today, man. Only single duty, huh?
Hey, man, I do what they tell me.
No, I know. I'm the same way. This afternoon, XYZ, we have Leo the Big Cat, and then we have Joey joining us this afternoon. Right before that, Tracy, Shy Girl, is going to do an afternoon update, and I'll do another Edge report. So that's what's going on this afternoon. We have a great lineup this week, and we are ready to go. You guys, thank you so much. Appreciate you as usual, and I will talk to you guys soon.
Ciao.
Thanks, chat. Thanks, Jim. See you later.
Thanks, guys. Hit that like.
Hit the like. Real quick here, crude oil. I just got an intraday chart. I thought some interesting stuff here. I don't know. I put this actually in the chat a little while ago. I went to Edge Full, and I looked up. What's the chance of a break of the initial balance? And the initial balance I defined as the U.S. Open, right? The first hour when the U.S. equity markets opened up, and those two white lines here. Let me just kind of push this up a little bit so you can see it. And the stat was interesting because there's a 0% chance. There was a 0% chance based on a 6-month look back that we were going to have no break of that initial balance, right? And the initial balance was big, and I'll show you why. And there was a 64%, I'll round up, 64% chance we're going to have a single break, and then a double break was only a 36%. So when I'm watching this price action, then it's like, all right, we're in the middle. We were in the middle for a long period of time. The top of the IB, it's this exact, interesting also, it's the exact top of the IB in the European Open as well as the U.S. Open, and that's what 104.59. The bottom of the IB in the U.S. was 97. That's a $6. That's a $6 IB. It was huge. So back in my mind, I'm thinking it wouldn't be too incredibly unreasonable not to have any break. But the statistics are the statistics, right? So what happened? We broke to the downside. R1 was support. We wicked to that R1, in the middle of the night last night. Didn't hold, but then we finally broke it and kept going. Now we haven't closed the gap yet on the downside. It looks like the market's driving toward that as well. I mean, you actually have a gap fill statistic here. I do. So this was a gap up. So gap up is a 64% not filled, 38% filled. So it's 2/3 chance that we're not going to fill, but we're getting close here. Let me just show you where we're at. This purple line, where my crosshairs is right now, 91.25. That is the Globex close, right? That's the Globex gap fill. And then the RTY gap fill is a little bit below that. It's at 90.69. They're pretty close together. Now, that's still another $4 away, right? And in a regular day, that would be unreasonable, but today is anything but a regular day. So we'll see. We're trying to make new lows here. We have Jacks 3 in a blind spot at $95. That's where we're at right now. See if we could break through that. Jacks 2 then gets us to $94. And then we have those previous sessions highs. Let's not forget about that. 92.59. So a lot of targets down here. And then we get to that, to the gap fill levels. Finally, Jacks 1 is at 90. Now, sellers are pretty much in charge right now in the moment. Let's just keep our fingers crossed that everything gets kind of calm and settles down, what's going on overseas in the Middle East. But we'll see. The session VWAP's way in the rearview mirror. That's kind of one thing to consider. Also, the other thing is this volume's node down here around 26.19 is kind of small compared to the point of control at 100.94. So it's not a sure thing we're going to fill the gap, but that's what it looks like is kind of leaning in the crude oil market. So a lot of opportunities here, a lot of risk. So so be careful. The one thing I do want to remind you guys of also, March 23rd, March Madness, another arena challenge that's going to be all week long. And there we go. There's going to be a $10,000 to whoever comes in first, and then $100,000 in pool prizes. These are cash prizes to the top 100 winners. So if you haven't already, just go to ninjatrader.com, or you can go to arena.ninjatrader.com and go ahead and register for that. It's free. It's a lot of fun. You could use the NinjaTrader real-time simulated account and learn the platform and all that stuff. So looking forward to doing that. Having said all that, appreciate everybody being here today. Appreciate everybody hitting that subscribe button. It's important for the channel. Thank you for doing that. If you haven't already, it's free. It doesn't cost any money. Just click on it. In any event, everybody have a great lunch. Nice relaxing couple hours off. I'm going to do the same. I might walk the dog, and we'll be back at 2 o'clock East Coast time for the afternoon session. Thank you for being here.